recording it now because guess what? This is gonna go on YouTube. For those who like the Syleria game and who want to watch it, it's gonna be on YouTube now. Everyone in Discord. Quinn's showing off his dice. It's very sweet. So guys, if you want to catch the stream and you can't be here for the whole day today, just know I'm doing my best. I'm gonna put it on the YouTube. The gang is all here, which does mean that the gang is all here. Right, gang?
It's a lie.
Hello.
Are you guys ready for the new scene?
Oh,
Oh, Quinn? Quinn, we're live. Quinn?
Shit. Hi.
Hi! How's it going?
Hello.
Hi, guys.
We've been working hard. It's been a minute.
Yeah. It's a slightly extended hiatus
Mm-hmm.
over what we had originally intended, but yes, big thanks to Becca for the brand new scene, trying out some new things. We're going to continue to try out some new things over the next wee while and roll a few different things out and see how they feel. Some we'll keep, some we won't. Some we'll probably just throw into the, burning fire trash where they belong.
right out the window.
But yeah. Welcome back to Syleria, guys.
Woo! It's very fun.
So as you can see, there's been obviously slight change, not just in the layout and the setup, but we've got 4 people in the party now, as opposed to like the 7 or 8 that we did have. So we've had, obviously, our last session, we had Perdicious or Morius, due to life and daddy things, decided to graciously step aside so that we could have Vixen play full time with us. And we have had both our players of Azeria and Theodore / Oswald step out of the game for a couple of different reasons as well. So it's going to be a very different vibe, maybe a very different feel. I'm not used to running a game for 4 people.
Yeah, all your encounters are like, ooh.
I don't have everything completely overbalanced and accidentally kill people because I introduce, 17 mobs where I probably should have introduced like 6.
Maybe.
We'll see. But yeah, I don't know if we actually need to introduce ourselves again as players. I think maybe we, you know what? Fuck it. Hi, I'm Quinesta. Quinn. I'm going to be the DM today and for the near future, at least as long as this thing runs.
What?
No
I
way.
know, right? Yeah. I might be a little bit nervous and rambling. So now I'm going to pass it over to somebody else so they can talk and I can gather my thoughts and maybe go back to sleep. Becca, see you later.
Okay. Obviously, I'm Bexplore. This is my channel that we happen to run this game on, and I'm very grateful that Quinn is willing to let me host his amazing game on here, and all of you guys for playing and being part of it as well on the channel. I'm going to be playing a character called Nofret Kepri of the Tuvasa tribe, and she is a sorcerer. I'm currently the sorcerer class from the Taldori campaign guide. The old one, not the new one. I don't know if they've updated it. We don't know that yet.
Checked it out yet?
We haven't checked it out yet, but yeah, that's me. That's what I'm playing. You wanna go next, Frey? Since you're next in the.
Hi, I'm Nyx, and I am playing a moon cleric, which was homebrewed, called Freya Lee Swinterlight. And she is very rambly. She is very, I guess you could say, head in the clouds. But yeah.
Yeah. Next in the queue is Vander.
Hello. I am Lord Kaiser. I am playing Vander, a little tabaxi rogue. Very, very cliche.
Oh my gosh. No!
Taxi.
Yes, he's actually a werecat, so he can turn himself into a little kitten. He's got a Siamese coloration, and he has a love of daggers.
I love that.
Wow.
No, I love that. That's lovely. I love daggers. I am the Vixen. I actually play two characters, kind of. It's one character. She's a changeling. She doesn't know this yet, so you guys are kind of already in the know. And one side of her personality is Second. She is a barbarian. She is Second the Capri, and she's usually the one that's out. Until recently. And she hits things to protect those she loves. And next, I also play. Oh, look at this, Hetty. She's a little gnome. The other side of the other personality within Second, but Hetty is her own personality, and she's a little warlock and a little gnome. And people are still getting used to her. She's still getting used to being out. She's not very used to it at all. So we'll see how this goes.
Cool.
Yeah. So, for those who are not familiar with Syleria, it is entirely homebrewed. It is 5th edition. Yep, it is 5th edition, but there are plenty of homebrew, not rules so much, but additions to the game. In that we've got 2 people playing homebrewed versions of races and 1 homebrewed subclass. And I have kind of my own little magic systems in there as well to add to things. Just so refreshers, just in case people were not aware. We are aware that some of the text on the screen is a little hard to read. We did try messing around with it, and we will continue to adjust it as we go. Not while we're streaming.
No, I don't
while
think
we're
I'll muck around with the text while we're streaming.
But you could.
But I could.
I think unless there's anything else anybody wants to say, maybe we just kind of, I do a little recap and we get back into it, shall we?
Yeah! Recap time! Should I
Alright.
get different music for recap time?
You do what you want to do. It's your
I will
stream.
find different music.
You let me know when you're good to go, and we'll just
Okay.
sit there and be silent and let stream wonder if they can actually hear anything.
Ooh. Do. Okay, I got the right music now.
Damn, that was fast.
It is the Explorer. She's pretty good at this.
She is pretty good, yeah. She's
I
pretty good
haven't
at this.
pre-lined it up or anything.
A little rusty, guys. Forgive us for the weird kickoff.
Alright. Tell us all about it.
All right. So, previously, no, I'm just going to give a bit of a minor recap of kind of everything that's happened up until now, the previous arc. I mean, I have got it written down there, which we'll add into the stream stuff later. But coming together under the auspices of an eclipse and visions of the dark moon O'Nera shattering, a band of wanderers formed to fight a chimeric beast born of nightmares. Finding common ground in their various investigations, the group spent time within the walls of the trade city of Kasqorn. Festivals, fortune tellers, sky dancing, mystical beast menageries, trash wizards, and unfortunate encounters with the law were all precursors to a fateful meeting at the sheltered in Ish's Arms orphanage. Having followed the tales of children going missing, the party discovered the culprit was an entity known as Shigi, a follower of the missing Keeper of Dreams, who had found a way from the dream world into the waking one, and who was using the bodies of children as vessels to restore his fallen kind to life through a merging of form and a usurping of souls. Hoping to bring his lord back, or failing that, take his place, Shigi believed the Keeper of Dreams would be needed in a war to come, and that he would save this world regardless of the method or the cost. Assisted by a new ally, Vanda, the party engaged in a battle with Shigi and his lost kin. In the conflict that ensued, an attempt to stop Shigi's escape nearly succeeded. However, one of the party was struck down, and Theodore lost his life in the process. Gathering themselves in the aftermath, the party tended to their needs and deals were struck with a number of factions within the city, as they settled one last piece of business before leaving to hunt down Shiggy. Infiltrating a slave auction, the party managed to acquire a high-value target and narrowly escaped suspicion by a beholder known as the Auctioneer. Leaving the den behind, business concluded, the party made their final preparations before heading out. Accompanied by the rescued Delane and the child Ashura Bruskin, the group made the journey to the Sunreach Mountains and the Urian Cauldron. There within the mountains they found a group of Ashura, Shiggy's kin, who were displeased with his methods and supported the party. Nilfrit and Seket entered the mind of a young girl named Anyana, who was slowly being possessed by a feral Ashura. Freeing her, the Ashura, Bruskin, and Anyana left to return to Kasqorn. The Bastion Between, the name used for the place lurking betwixt waking and dreaming, where Shiggy and his minions dwelled, fighting their way through, exploring the schism in the ranks, rediscovering a friend thought dead, and with a strange jaunt back in time where they met the Keeper of Dreams himself, the party finally faced off against Shiggy and his remaining two allies. Invoking a ritual to bring the moons into alignment, the party fought. The Crimson Warlord brought low by Vander after being badly struck himself. Armliv revealed as an almost primordial-looking Drakan, claiming the world belonged to her kind, before being broken in a group effort. And Shiggy, blinded, beaten, cognizant of the fact that he had been misled, yet not regretting his actions, hurled back through the rift from whence he came. The party escaped the Bastion as it returned to its original ruined state, and made their way back to Kasqorn. Upon their return, more time had passed than seemed possible, an oddity none could explain. At the Rusted Coppers, an inn they temporarily called home, goodbyes were said as different journeys began to unfold before the adventurers. Oswald had done his paid job and was off to the next one. Azeria had matters at home she needed to tend to, and Morius decided that he wanted to discover himself, as well as what the world held in store for him. As Morius says his goodbyes, leaving soon to escort Freya Lisa's friends, a group of gnomes, back to their home, possibly by a very roundabout route. The dark moon rises in the sky above Kasqorn, a vicious red crack marring its surface. What stories does the future hold for our heroes? Let's find out!
Wow.
So-
Jeez.
You
Well
guys... Yep. You guys had your night saying your goodbyes to Morius. Now, Morius is not leaving immediately. It will be a few days before he is gone. But as you all head off and find your way to sleep, to dream, or just to pass out wherever the nearest available space is, you get up the next day to find yourselves all completely wiped out and exhausted. It's been a trying time. You've been almost non-stop for quite a while. And there's kind of this collective group resolve to, you know what, let's just take a couple of days. Let's just... Whatever else is going on, it can just wait for now. And so, a couple of days pass as you recuperate. The exhaustion slowly flooding away from your bones, out from your body, your muscles getting a little bit more relaxed, and your wounds healing over fully. As dawn crests, that couple of days later, you all begin to wake. Same time, different times? Kind of irrelevant. But you do wake with that presence in the building, within the Rusted Coppers, of people being up and active and coming to life. You know, that feeling that when you wake up, you know others are already moving about. You can't hear a whole lot from within the building, but you do hear out on the streets the sounds of life within the city. There are people getting up and going, whether it is to the markets to shop, whether it is to the shops themselves to work, their trades, to the guilds. Could be people even finishing up their work at night, whatever they may be doing, and heading home to sleep. But as you all begin to stir, you all begin to wake, what in these waking moments do you find? What would you like to do?
That's a loaded question.
It always is. And I almost always start with it.
Yeah. What
Yeah.
would we like to do?
What would you guys like to do? I've talked enough. You guys tell me what you want to do.
Well, firstly, Second is second, and she's going to try and sit up in the bathtub that she has been using as the most comfortable bed. This is luxury for Second. She has actually made like a little nest in there, and she kind of pokes up, and she's just kind of comfortable now. It's kind of like a bedroom. She's getting used to having walls around her rather than living out in the desert. And she's just going to, stretch and have a look over at some stuff she's collected for her tapestry. Because she's decided she's going to start a project. And so she's just... She before she ever puts needle to thread, she always obsessively just makes sure she has everything and sets out everything nicely. And so in a little corner, just beside the tub, she's just laying everything out, and she makes sure that the little separate square of cloth that she's going to be teaching Hetty how to do stuff properly on is set to the side and all set up.
That's going to go so well.
So well. This is going great. And she's just making sure everything is kind of in order. That's how she wants to start her day. Make sure everything is lined up, because stuff's been a bit crazy at the moment, and she just needs a little bit of order.
So the last couple of days have been recovering and recuperating, and you've got this idea in your head, you've been assembling the bits, and you've woken today with a little bit more clarity of thought and feeling like you're finally going to be able to start working on forming this idea into a physical reality. Okay, cool. Yeah, where you going, for it?
Alright. Seeing my sister in the same room as me, and she's looking like she's laying out to have a busy day of doing stuff. I decide to grab the jeweled mirror that Azaria gave me as a parting gift, and I take that and I kind of put it in my pocket. So, sister, if you're going to be busy with this, I will be out of your hair, huh?
We don't know how it's going to go, so wish us luck.
I wish you both luck. Yeah, it'll be art. I know that much.
Hetty has got this. I have faith in her, really.
Your face would say otherwise, but I've been trained to note that. So
Faces do funny things, apparently.
They say what the brain says, but the mouth says something else.
I should work on that.
You should work on that. Father would be proud if you did. All right.
I think he would die of shock, but cloud would be good.
That is true. I have things I need to think on and do as well. So I will see you later.
Is it dangerous?
It's fine. If you really are worried and need to look for me, I will be in the sweat room at the bathhouse.
Enjoy, sister.
Thanks. And I leave the rusted coppers and I head to the bathhouse.
Okay. All right. So you head on downstairs into the tap room, the main room, where embers of the fire are sort of still smouldering. It is still spring. It's not too cold. You do see the face of the now very familiar Aram standing behind the bar. Relatively tall human man with his dark hair that's sort of swept back and combed over a balding pate. slightly plump belly, and whilst he's mostly clean, you've got the whole sort of grimy mess all over his apron, and you're walking down and out with purpose. You're not going to bother with a breakfast or anything?
Nah. I've
Okay.
lazed around enough for the last few days.
Fair. So as you stride on down the stairs and make your way across the tap room, very focused, Aram does sort of lift a hand in greeting and sort of open his mouth and is kind of like, oh, nope, she's off on a mission. And just does kind of give you a, good to see you up and about. Have a good day. And,
Thank you, Adam.
and goes back to prepping for his day.
Cool. Yeah,
Alright. So that's your start.
that is my start.
Who wants to go next? Frey, Elise, or Vander?
I'll do it because
Okay.
I want to find Frey.
Aha! Nice,
Vander is going to wake up. Vander sleeps wherever he is because he just turns into a cat and finds a nice corner to cuddle up in. But he would have woken up early-ish compared to everybody else. Gone through his belongings, sorting everything out, putting things in their appropriate pockets in his pouches, and finding a piece of paper with writing on it that he doesn't recognize that he got from the Bastion. He's going to find Frey.
All right. I assume Frey has her room and is still there.
Yes.
Well,
Frey!
you probably know where she is. So yes.
Are you awake, Frey?
Wobbling to the door and opening it.
Oh,
Frey
good morning,
looks-
Frey.
Very sleepy.
Are you just going to bed
Oh.
now?
No. I just woke up. What's up? You need something?
Considering some of the other spellcasters are not here, I was kind of hoping you might have the means of reading this. It's something I found in the Bastion. It was etched in the tree room where we had the rest. I don't know the language. I think it's Celestial. I don't know. Are you able to translate it?
Oh.
I think it's
Hi.
something Kajitore left there. I don't know what it says. I'm curious.
I can.
You can?
Just give me one moment.
But yeah, when you can, is that because you can speak Celestial or because you have magic that can allow you to speak
I have
Celestial?
magic. Yeah, I have magic. With a little wiggle of her fingers, she puts her index and her middle finger through her forehead and casts tongues.
Oh, so just going to clarify, tongues actually allows you to read the language, not just speak it.
Yes, I think it is just read.
Okay. That's alright. I mean, if you don't, you're a cleric, you could easily prepare. I think they get comprehend languages anyway.
Oh, this spell grants the creature you touch the ability to understand any spoken language it hears.
Spoken. Yep, so it's got to be spoken,
Yeah.
not written. Yep. So for written,
Dang.
what you'll want is comprehend languages, which I think as a cleric you'll still have access to.
I think so. I'm not that sure. Can quickly check.
Yeah, just do a quick check. I think you'll be fine. But just do a quick check.
You get Vander to try and read it out.
I have no idea how to pronounce these swirly lines.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What? How do I pronounce a dot?
Yeah, why do all of these look like star constellations? I don't. How do I pronounce that?
Just give me one moment. My internet is playing up. I'm
That's
so sorry.
No, you're fine.
Oh, it doesn't. Comprehend language is a bard, sorcerer, warlock,
Yeah.
or wizard spell.
Oh, okay. So there we go. So if you do want to have that happen, you're going to either need to find somebody who can read Celestial, or I mean, you are in a city. You'd probably be able to find somebody and get them to read it for you. But at this stage, it appears as though Freyalise is not capable of reading it.
Oh,
Well, let's go have breakfast, and Frey's gonna like duck back into her room and grab one of the books that she got from the Bastion.
All right.
I have, and it is going to be the one of the. I think I got 4, right? It was one for
I hope
cooking.
you marked them down because that wasn't up to me.
I think I have it on my Ben's computer. But it was 4 or it was 2. Because I don't know if the moon one was 3.
Let me see if I got it marked down.
I'm sorry, I would pull mine up, but
No, that's
Ben's
all
on the computer at the moment.
right. You got 4 from what I've got here.
Alright. Oh, jeez.
You got one each on the 3 Moonkeepers.
Oh, cool.
So one on Onera, one on Manai, one on Zex,
And one was
on
on...
the Keeper of Hope.
Oh!
Keeper of Hope.
Well, Frey's gonna grab that one.
Keeper of
She's
Hope.
gonna wave it. She's gonna wave it around lightly.
Yep.
To Vander and be like, "I have something to investigate as well. So let's try and find people who know how to speak dot languages. Yes?
oh, this is fun. We get to have a day of it.
But first, can we have some breakfast? I'm hungry."
Okay.
Right. So you guys are heading down for some breakfast?
Heading down for some
Yes.
breakfast.
Alright, and Seka, you're staying upstairs for now?
I think she'll probably head down for some food. There may be a battle ahead in the learning.
Alright, so whether you do that around a similar sort of time or not, I leave that up to you. But I'll deal with them, and if you want to chime in, you can. Not that I imagine, breakfast would take all that long. It's, so you guys head on down. See the same sort of thing Northrit did. And you approach him or take a table. He's probably, you guys have been around. He's getting used to a routine now. What would be your preferred breakfast for this morning? Would you just want to go with some milk, heated or cold? Do you want to go with some oats? Do you want to go with a more traditional sort of bacon and eggs and sausages? You get some roasted tomatoes. What are you guys feeling? It doesn't really matter, but what are you guys feeling?
I want some fried fish.
Fried fish. Oof, man, at least you guys are living on a lakeside. Okay, that'll take him a little bit. Fish is not a usual request he has first thing in the morning, but he can make that happen.
Bacon and eggs, and those nice little tomatoes he does with the little mushrooms with garlic on the side.
Yeah, he sort of cuts them in half and sort of very slowly roast them a little bit, and then almost semi-burns the top with some sprinkles on the top of little bits of herbs and.
And she always asks for extra spice.
Of course, yeah. And I mean, yeah. So whatever it is you have for your breakfast is provided, whether it is quick or takes a little bit longer because of special preparation. You have your breakfast delivered, and he himself sort of has the food sort of is prepared, and I mean it is very early. He's got a couple of people there for breakfast. As you noted when you guys returned, the Rusted Coppers is seeing a few more people than what it was the first few days you were here. Business seems to finally be picking up for Aram. But he does sort of go and grab the food out of the server's hands and bring it to you personally, which he has done the last couple of days. Sort of almost kind of just feels like, hey, just nice to have you guys here.
Oh, thank you, my friend. Love your cooking.
Oh no, if you had my cooking, you wouldn't be saying that.
I'm sure it's delightful.
No, that's why I have a cook, because my cooking is terrible. Terrible. But I'm glad you enjoy it. I'll pass the word on.
Of course, thank you.
All right. You guys get into your breakfasts.
While Frey's eating her breakfast, she's gonna open the book and try to read, but then get confused instantly.
What? Because you were reading into some of it. What languages does Frey at least know?
Common, primordial, Sylvan, and Gnomish. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. First roll, the new arc. I want you to just roll me a d20 wisdom check.
Sorry, I just had to quickly run upstairs. Oh, where did my dice go? Should put. Ah! Oh no!
I forgot the dice for the math game.
Yeah, I forgot. I should put them in my pocket.
My click-clacks!
My click-clacks!
Hey, click clack math rocks.
We need the math. Please
Yeah.
help us.
That is a 17.
Oh,
17.
that's a
Nice.
great
Yep.
roll.
Okay, so I don't know how
These in
much
the pocket.
you guys tried looking at a number of these tomes while you were in there. I know that Azeria spent a lot of time looking through them and sort of just handed a few out.
Sorry.
There are elements to what is written in this book that resonate more with a primordial language when it refers to the Keeper of Hope, as opposed to a
Whew.
celestial language that you have now seen various writings of in different places.
Hi, Trey.
Not entirely, but it seems as though whatever language this might be written in, it's not entirely primordial, but there are various sections of it that seem to have almost like notations written in a just partial primordial. Not enough for you to be able to decipher any of it, but enough for you to be able to recognize its influence.
That's interesting.
Everyone can, like... Everyone just sees Frey's, like... The cogs are ticking. She's working. Cake?
Bye, Camille.
Hey. Alright.
Frey, we need you to actually eat the food. You're just holding the fork. Put the food in your mouth.
I just picture, like, second hands over just as, like, a bit of food on Frey's fork just falls back to the plate.
Fender just catches it like right before it hits the paper. Oh, cute.
Alright.
Good morning, you two. How's it
Wow.
going?
Good morning,
Good
Seket.
morning.
How are you today?
I am doing well. Hecate is a little nervous, but she has no reason to be. I am a good teacher. You should teach her. Tell her this.
Yes, Etty, Seket is a very good teacher. You should have all the confidence in her. She is reliable in all sense.
Would you like to roll a deception check?
No,
Okay.
it sounds exactly like it does.
Second fucking beams at Vander, like, yeah! Fucking yeah!
Do not understand sarcasm. Okay.
Are you going to join us for some food? What's your plans for the day?
Food is good. This is going to be a challenging day. I'm going to teach Hetty how to still her mind and use her hands accordingly to not do pranks and bad stitching. Actually create something beautiful. But I know she can.
My favorite part of this is that I was the one who told Hetty to do it. Norfrit was the one who told her to prank Seket. But I'm
And
not in
Hetty's
trouble.
the one that's suffering.
I mean, some people find beauty in the destruction caused by pranks. It is all up to their interpretation. Perhaps Hetty finds it very beautiful when a water bucket falls on somebody's head.
She ruined my bag.
But it was funny.
Oh my gosh!
Oh.
It's a nice reminder that she's here, right?
Oh boy, she's definitely here.
But it's okay because you can make her learn.
Exactly.
Isn't that a good
This is-
prank?
Oh no.
She is going to learn, and it will be beautiful.
It'll be something.
Oh,
That face is so scary.
Hetty.
It'll be something.
Oh, Hetty. When Hetty, after you are done learning from Seket, maybe we should go get a drink.
I do not understand her enthusiasm, but she agrees that a drink may be needed.
Oh, excellent. Why do you not understand her enthusiasm? I am a fantastic person to have a drink with.
Yes, but it was like she's going to need the drink after studying with me, and I don't understand. I mean, this is a gift.
Oh, it absolutely is a gift.
Oh my gosh.
Still not getting the subtext at all, like it beams again.
Still not the most socially adept individual, no.
Why you still need to eat the food? It is going cold.
I'm still eating. It's
No,
fine.
You
Small
are staring
bites.
at the book.
I'll get to it. I'll get to it.
The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can go and find how to properly read it.
Ah, yes, and yours too.
Yeah.
The swelly
Oh.
language.
Yes.
Languages
They're very
are,
pretty
are
spelling
really
language.
quite interesting.
Do you want to come with us, Seket?
Yeah, would you like to come with?
We
Not
are.
that interesting. I have a gift to give.
That you certainly do.
Mm-hmm. Well, if
are
you...
sure we cannot persuade you to come on a little adventure, meeting people?
Are you two going to be okay? Who are you going with? Where are you going?
It's just the two of us. What trouble can the two of us get in?
Yeah, we're both... We won't get into any issues.
I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not there. I'm not there.
Mm-hmm.
This time, Sigurd may have picked up on something. You just see the cogs just like those two together.
What could possibly go wrong?
I mean, Hetty did want to go out for a bit, so maybe she could tag along. But if you need me, I'll pop out.
Worse idea.
Of course.
Of course, the more the merrier. And then you can give her her lesson.
Then she'll be in the right mind space to do the gift of the inside stuff.
Mhm.
She likes being outside. It's a thing. We're working on it.
Excellent.
Excellent.
So as your breakfast comes to a close,
Oh,
Seket,
gosh.
Oh boy.
are you returning upstairs then, or to begin your
I'll
teachings?
I'll go get Hetty and she can come out with you for a little bit, but then she must come home and do the teachings. Get taught
All right, so you're going to accompany them for a wee bit.
for a wee bit.
All right.
But she is going to fetch petty by going back up to the room, changing, and then coming back.
No more
Yes.
ripping clothes.
No. So yeah, you head on up. You make the correct adjustments to your attire and the adjustments to both your physical and mental self to switch from Seket, the half elf, into Hitty, the gnome. Before, I suppose, heading back on downstairs.
Bouncing down the stairs. She literally goes to she slides down the banister kind of thing, like,
As soon as she's in view, Vanda winks at her.
There has to be a banister. There wasn't, but now there has to be.
the world keeps evolving.
No.
She beams at Vanda.
I'm sorry to take you away from your lessons, but I thought you might enjoy our company for a little bit.
I mean, I'm terribly sad. But these things need to be done and balanced, and seeing outside would be great for a bit. Plus, you two need a third, right?
Absolutely.
The more the merrier.
Little pranky grin.
All right. So I'm going to switch over to Nofrit since she has already left the building to head off to what she was doing. While you guys prepare for whatever chaos that's going to be. Nofrit.
That's not the town. I wanted different music and I chose the wrong one. I'm gonna go with this one. Sure, that's a thing.
Sure, that's a thing. All right.
All right.
So, where is Nofrit going? What is she doing?
I'm going to the bathhouse.
You're going to the bath.
I'm going. What was the name of it? It's my old book.
This is the one you'd been to previously in in the Bastion district.
Which
okay.
feels most like Terragonia, which is where she's
Yes.
from. So she's going there.
All right. So that was.
to-
Oh, you've got the note.
No, I don't. Was it before the Beholder?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Look, this is a whole book. What was the name of the bathhouse? I can't
It
remember.
was Luana's.
Oh yes.
Yeah, Luana's bathhouse with the little sign about the hallucinogenic unguents optional.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and the little massage oils that allowed you to see things.
Oh, the oils!
Yeah.
You had the man with the rose slippers and
The little,
turquoise
like,
robe
fuck, I
who was
wanna have a bath
partaking
and
of herbs out the front.
trip.
Yeah. Okay, so for that you set out. So you walk out the door, the rusted coppers, across the courtyard and out onto the stone street, where there is a little bit of a bustle. It is starting to die down. A lot of people are either at their location or have already gotten to their space to begin their day.
Yeah.
It is now beyond mid-spring because of the little weird time jump you had. But, being so close to both the Urian Cauldron and the southern borders of the Summer Realms, it's almost always going to be a bit of a warmish area. Recalling sort of the way through the Summer District, you make your way down some of the main streets, heading down through the trade square, out through into the town hall area, past the Aurora Watch barracks, and to the main bridge over the Koran River. Roll me... Actually, no. What's your perception?
My passive.
It is a 12.
Yeah, it's not that great.
That's alright. Not everybody's skilled in perception.
No.
That's alright. You have a goal, you have something going on. So you're aware that there is a presence on the street of the Aurora Watch. So the men in the sort of the orange-pink vests who keep the peace and the order within the Summer District. There appear to be a few of them around, not just situated around their barracks. Some of them give you a little bit of a nod as you wander past. They're almost always in at least pairs. So none of them seem to be all by themselves. But oddly, as you approach the bridges over the Kasqorn River and towards the entrance to the Bastion district, you sort of notice the presence is slightly increased of them. They seem to be slightly larger groups, note, minimum of 3. And they do seem to be, each group of 3 does seem to be at like an intersection where they can all kind of be within line of sight of each other. As you come to the main bridge, crossing over, and you see the walls of the Bastion district, one of the few places that actually has walls within the city, you do note that not only is there a larger group of the Aurora Watch, but on the far side of the bridge, you see a group of an equal size of the Rubrum Cascade. So the similar policing constabulary force for the Bastion district, all in their reds and blacks, and they're eyeing each other. You guys have been made aware previously that there is a certain level of tension between some of the authoritarian forces, but there doesn't seem to be much more than that going on. But there is an element of slightly heightened tension in the area where you sort of see these groups eyeing each other. Just continue on your way, or?
I'm gonna find like a stall holder on the street. Someone just kind of market person.
Well, as you approach the Kasqorn River, there are most of the shops and the stores are all within sort of a block or two of the riverfront. This is where the primary trade area for the Summer District is that little bit further south, that towards the other districts, and as people would come off the docks from the Seven Lords Lake, that sort of natural sort of way that they would flow out to going to one of the other districts as well. So many of them are already situated here. So there aren't too many shopkeepers on the street. You would probably have to go into a store. You know that sometimes they do have people at the front, the hawkers, they're crying their wares, or just generally anybody who sort of wanders on past and kind of casually looks into window shop, they'll sort of, hey, got a deal for you.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. There's a bit of an absence of those at the moment. It is still early in the day, so it could just be a timing thing, but that is another thing that's just you note for this time.
Okay. If there's a shop that seems to sell things like spell components, I'll go have like a little nosy in there, and try and talk to the shopkeep a little bit.
Okay. So there are a variety of different styles of magic stores and shops here. You are also familiar with a place known as Zacharias and Zacharias Enchantments, which is very much about the crystals as opposed to spell components. But it does seem to be in an area where it's probably, from where you are, it's off to the right. So it's a little bit closer to the western side, which is probably about halfway between the main bridge and the singing bridge, where your little trash wizard individual happens to live under. But you kind of know that that's sort of the area to go to, because that's also kind of around where Joe Narrowlift's shop was nearby.
Yeah.
So you would have spied some of those in your time going to see him. So you make your way down that way, and there are a number of places. Esoteric Curios is probably the first one that catches your eye. Esoteric Curios.
Okay.
There's no real symbol or label at the front, but I mean, there's the little symbol beside it is like just a tiny little pouch, like a little drawstring pouch bag, that has like the wavy, curly lines, generally representative of magic drawn on to, like this is a poof of magic or, special powers going on. There's not a lot else going on. The shop front isn't anything particularly flash or fancy, and that's about all that is on the wooden sign.
Okay, yeah, I'll go in there. Sweet.
And as you do, the door sort of opens. There's no jangle, like you'd expect, like a bell or a little ding 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 or something. The door does open, and there's a little bit of a squeak, almost like the door's just maybe a little bit rusty and probably in need of tending to. And the first things that kind of strike you is, this is definitely for like spell components and oddities. There's a very dusty, musty, herby, spicy scent in the air that, you very much ascribe to spellcasters and their oddities. The shelves are lined with a whole lot of things which, as a spellcaster yourself, you kind of look through, and some of this just appears to be trash and rubbish. Like, not literal rubbish, but there are things here that, if this is supposed to be spellcasting components, you have no idea what spell that belongs to. Just all sorts of oddities. But you do also spy amongst them various bits and pieces you are a little more familiar with. The shelf line out is a little bit like the shelving's quite high. And as you're sort of moving through, you can barely get a glance over to the far side of the store. As you walk around and through, you do make your way through, and you see a small gnarled, almost sort of 4.5 foot high, blue-skinned individual that has a single horn curling up and over the side of their head and then back up almost behind them like a reverse unicorn. They have a pair of eyes. One is pink and the other one is red, and you can't tell whether it's a male or a female, but there is a mottling of their skin down the right hand side that looks like this sort of the birthmarky kind of a thing. You're not entirely familiar, but you've seen odd individuals before. You get the feeling this is one of the fell-blooded. Which, for those watching, the fell-blooded are kind of an analog for me for the tieflings. But they seem sort of very intent on what they're doing under one of the shelves. And as you might sort of walk around and make yourself a little bit more obvious, the head does shoot up. It's like, oh, hey, hello, welcome to our store. Shit, I wasn't expecting anybody this time of the day. Hi.
Sorry, I'm out and about early today and just, getting my legs in the city, of course,
Yes, of course. Welcome in. I'm Cronde. What can I do to help you? Is there anything specific you're looking for, or are you just browsing? I have a wonderful selection of salt shakers. Apparently, they're good for something other than shaking salt, I'm sure. I
could imagine if there was a spell that, used sand in small quantities, that could be quite a, you could pitch it that way.
Sand shaker? Oh, I thought of that.
I've heard of spells like sleep, where it involves, kind of it imitates the effect of the eyes getting like sand in them in the morning. So you have to. You could pitch it like that. That could be a good marketing strategy for you,
Fill it up with sand, give it a shake, and then straight into their eyes. I think that'd probably wake me up instead of put me to sleep, but we can try that, thank you. You're not charging me for that idea, are you?
Not as of yet.
Good. We'll just say I'm not going to use it and leave it at that.
I like your style, Cronde.
Thank you.
I am actually in I crushed my last grasshopper legs. I was wondering if you had any more, just handy.
Was the grasshopper alive at the time?
No.
It was mussing its legs then. But good thing they were already detached.
Yes, I have this, I think some people would call it, I mean, it just makes you jump really big. That's sort of the nature of...
The jump spell.
Yes, and I need grasshopper legs for that.
Yes. Oh, I'm sure I have a supply of insect limbs somewhere. Wait right there.
Okay.
Sort of thinks to itself for a short time before. Oh there! And sort of comes back with a dusty jar. And just is trying to wipe it down, but is just smearing the dust into more of a dirt. It's obviously been there for a long time, and then just starts trying to take the lid off, and is clearly struggling. So, one moment.
I don't think I'm any stronger than you. Otherwise, I would offer to help.
Grasshopper legs. Yes. How many are we after?
Let's say a jar full this big.
I'm sorry, I turned my headset down. Hearing isn't quite what it used to be. Please repeat that. How many are we after?
I'm like, if I got a vial of them, this size.
All right.
This many to fill vial.
So a dozen, a couple dozen.
Sure, yeah, a couple dozen.
All right. Let me see. You got some empty vials. Oh, there it is. He just pulls one out. It's got a crack. So no, that won't do. Shit. I need to be more careful. It ends up does find a kind of... It's a vial, but it comes down to like a bulb.
Oh.
And it sort of reaches in and starts with a pair of very rusty tweezers. Starts pulling out the grasshopper legs and just one by one, throwing them in.
So while he's doing that, it seems to be a lot of guard presence around at this time. Is there any reason for that to do? I mean, you're obviously busy in here running your shop, but not specifically. I'm saying in the vicinity of your store. Not saying it's located on. No, the guards aren't.
You have to be worried.
Let me.
I don't like guards in my store.
All
right.
Okay. So there just seems to be a lot of Rubrum Cascade and the Aurora Watch, and they seem to be watching each other a little bit.
They've always been watching each other. They don't like each other very much. Yes.
But why is it so tense right now? Did something set them off?
Right. My question to you. Most of the party were provided with pins for Kirith Nan. Did you get one, and are you wearing one? Are you wearing it somewhere where it is visible currently?
I feel like I did get one of those pins. I don't
Yeah.
think I gave it away to anyone else. For protection. No.
Would
Yeah, I
you be
think I'm-
wearing it on the outside of your clothes?
It's probably like on my shawl. Just kind
Okay.
of.
So it's visible.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. So Cronde's eye sort of starts looking a little uncertain because he thought you were here just to do business. And it's kind of then the eyes do sort of alight on the pin. It's like, oh, you're gilded. I'm surprised you don't know what's going on then.
I've been out of town for some time. You know, it's a
Right.
strange world beyond the walls.
Well, apparently, there's been a little bit of turmoil between some of the guilds. Some of them are not happy with the current power distribution, I suppose you could say, in the city. I shouldn't be saying this out loud, but one moment. And actually reaches down into his own pouch, their own pouch, I keep calling it his, and sort of wiggles his fingers and gives a little bit of an incantation before throwing a pink dust into the air. And then as it sort of hangs in the air for a moment, he just and blows it out, and it scatters across the store. And you see it sort of hit the walls and just kind of stick there and shine for a moment before it then fades away. And sort of takes a moment. Alright. Okay. Very good. All right. Never mind. Pays to be safe these days.
Yeah,
I'm
for
sure you understand. Yes. Many of the guilds currently are not happy with the, let's say, the dominance of the Cerulean Dawn. They've been the top guild in the city for, well, since the city existed. And there's been a few guilds starting to challenge that guild for its top spot. Very quietly, there's been some word coming down that there's going to be some action, perhaps, taken about that. I should not say anything more. That is about all I shall allude to. If you have been out of town, may I suggest if you would like to learn anything more about that, you should probably go and speak with your own guild.
Yeah. Sounds like the next port of call, yeah.
Well, I recognise the pin, one of the ones here in the Summer District, quite up there, I believe. They got the coin thing. Yes, you should probably speak with them instead of me. That's not my place to divulge guild business that isn't a business of mine.
Totally understand it. I completely respect that. You know, and you're doing a great job as a shopkeep on your own terms. You know, so let's not play with those big players. Yeah.
It is, yes. Yes, it pays to be safe. Yeah, especially these days. And sort of brings up the sort of bulb vial and pops a cork in it, puts it on the counter, which surprisingly is relatively clean compared to the rest of the store. And sort of wipes off their hands. It's like, you know what, a couple of copper, we'll call it square.
No worries, couple copper to you. And I'll put 2 down.
Yep.
Well, I'll be sure to come by again if I accidentally break this jar too, so.
Yes, make sure to come back. Plenty more legs of vermin and insects lying around. I don't know why so many spells require body parts. It's a little gross when you think about it.
Yeah, it is interesting.
But yes,
yeah.
have an exceptional day.
You too. Good morning to you.
And to you.
May you always find shade. Sorry, that's force of habit.
Yes. Eyes look up and around. The shop is kind of dark, so it's... While they are pondering how to respond, you're pretty much already out the door.
Yep, I'm already gone.
Yeah.
Cool. Interesting. Interesting.
So what I will say is whether you want to go back to the main bridge or whether you want to head to the Singing Bridge, it is up to you. The Singing Bridge takes you kind of closer to the Urin district as opposed to the Bastion district. You've been both ways before, so you'd be able to find your way to the bathhouse pretty easily, but I'll leave it up to you as to which one you want to do. In the meantime, I will jump back to the other group just for a little bit and see how they are doing. Hi, guys.
Hello.
What's cracking?
Yo.
Do we have any idea where we might be going to find somebody who can read this stuff?
Nope. Frey was gonna try and find her way to the library that Syleria went to.
Okay. So I don't think there was any. Yeah. So there were a couple of you that went. I actually think Seket went to that as well, if I remember correctly. So if that's mentioned out loud, that is back in the City Hall square. So where the Aurora Watch barracks were, where the gnomes were kept for a while. The central part of that square is it's the City Hall. So that's got all of you. It's also doubles your info center almost. And the library was in an underground area from there. So I mean that's not it's not particularly difficult to find. I mean you'd head out of the Rusted Coppers, you'd head left back towards the northern gate, and you'd be in the trade square, and then you can just do a straight shot to the south, and you'll come after a couple of blocks. You'll come to the City Hall. I've got the map here, but I'm not going to go dredging it up because you can't really see it on camera anyway. Not properly. I should probably digitize that at some point, but nah.
That's fine. That sounds good.
Okay. So yeah, it's again much like with Nofret leaving. The streets have settled down into the usual daily sort of routines, and as you make your way out into the trade square, you do see the big statue of the Keeper of Trade, sitting there with a pouch in one hand and the scales in the other. Slightly rotund male figure. Head on out and down past the Temple of Trade and further and out towards the City Hall. The large square-like building that has on all four of its sides large open archways. Like these archways are massive. You've got sets of stairs that lead up to them, almost like one of those old Grecian buildings. But there's no doors closing it off. They are massive archways, framed with pillars and columns. And as you would wander on inside, you'd see the large square layout of almost like a lobby counter, with the various individuals scattered around it to deal with whatever issues or problems or queries or concerns people might bring to them. So I assume you're just going to try and get into the library?
I mean, if there's those
Yes.
people there standing to be helpful, we can just ask one of them. Look, that one is smiling. That is such a foolish thing to do. I'm going to go say hi.
What the?
And as you
Something's foolish.
as you wander on up, this elven male in this very sort of straight, sort of almost suit-like attire, you do realize he was smiling because he was starting to pick up what looked like a small wrapped box. And as you approach, he sort of looks over and
Hello.
hello, I'm going to go get my breakfast. Good timing. That was evidently why they were smiling. They were going to go have their food.
Oh no.
Oh,
Good morning. Welcome to the trade hall. What service or query can I assist you with this day?
I'm looking for someone who can speak many languages.
Speak many languages? Or
Yes,
read
and-
many languages? Or
Read.
Okay. Well, give me one moment. I believe she might be around. When you say many, specific languages or just a plethora of them?
A lot. I'm not
Any language we can
100%
throw
sure.
at them.
We
I'm not
need
100% sure what the languages is.
Well, if you you don't know. Oh, wait. Well, you might be more interested then in finding somebody who has one of those fancy magical abilities to decipher writings. Because if you don't know the language specifically, it's a little harder to find the person to help you.
Do you know where I would go to find someone like that?
Well, our resident translator is not in today. I believe she has a sick child needs to be looking after. You probably want to go to one of the two temples. Many of the priests there, I believe, would be able to help out. If not, there is, of course, the inimitable Yiren Krieg, who wonderful wizard spellcaster who only charges small amounts for his services. There could be any number of the guilds that might be able to help you. Speaking of, are any of you wearing your Kirith Nan pins?
I think Frey is, but I
Maybe we're not.
cannot be too sure.
Okay, well, decide now if you would or you would not.
Frey would be, and
Okay.
it would be on her left shoulder.
Okay. So, many guilds have access to people within their ranks who are capable of deciphering or using the magics required. There are, of course, various crystals you can use as lenses that are attuned to various different languages, like reading glasses. I do see you have one of the guild pins with you. Perhaps that might be an option for you. They probably wouldn't charge you like many of the other spellcasters or available people with said abilities or items might. Other than that, I can try and discover if one of the other resident mages around is currently free and willing to offer their services.
No, I think you have been plenty helpful. Please go enjoy your breakfast.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. It has been a long night, and unfortunately, I am working overtime. I do appreciate that. I hope I have been of help. Enjoy your day, please.
You too, my friend.
Enjoy. And immediately turns away, picks up his sort of boxed breakfast, just, and just off he goes, just completely gone.
It seems we are going somewhere different now. Or do you still want to try the library?
Probably not.
The library is very close in. Maybe we could just go
Yeah.
for more walking.
How about we try and find a shop, or let's just wander.
You don't want to go to the guild house?
We could. What do you think?
I think
Should we go?
Second should have been better with her pins. But, we could go have a look at the guild house.
I mean, if
It's
that's
okay.
a free way of doing it.
Yeah.
If all other ways we have to pay for. See, the only other thing I was going to suggest was going to your temple, Frey.
Oh, the temple where Well, we could do that as well. There's a really lovely area to run around in.
Because we know at least a few people there, and I mean, they may possess the knowledge. And
Let's
I'm
try
a
it there
little more
first.
trusting of them, given that I've spoken to them.
There was one thing that I really... Actually, let's talk and walk, yeah?
Okay.
There is something that I am really worried about since we got this from the Bastion.
Hmm.
I'm not really good with concerns, because you should know me by now.
Mm-hmm.
But there is one thing. It's from the Bastion.
See,
You get what I'm putting down?
that's kind of why I wanted to take it to your temple with people of your faith. That it's a little more trusting.
Question for the DM.
Is up enjoying breakfast right now. Sorry, what's up?
Oh, sorry. If I remember correctly,
Mm-hmm.
the one person that we communicated with in that temple used to believes in the Keeper of Hope, right? If I remember correctly. Or was it the Keeper of Dreams?
Are you referring to the Temple of the Sun, the one that was looking after the gnomes for you?
Yes.
Because you got two temples in the Summer District. You got the Temple of Trade and the Temple of the Sun. You guys have not had anything to do with the Temple of Trade, but the Temple
it was
of
the Temple of the Sun.
Passion Ilios, who was
Yes.
That's the one.
so he was the one that was helping try and revive the comatose gnome, and who had connections to the Keeper of Dreams. He was previously a follower of the Keeper of Dreams until the Keeper of Dreams in absentia, and then has since converted to worship of the Keeper of Summer. Though still keeps contacts with a variety of people who still have power with dreams. It was not the Keeper of Hope. The thing being, as far as any of
we
you
didn't
are
know.
aware, as far as any of you are aware, there is no Keeper of Hope.
Yeah.
Like that was one of the weird things that was brought up when Kajtora said to you that he was not the Keeper of Dreams, he was the Keeper of Hope. The thing
That's
that was
right.
the kind of thing was like, well, there is no Keeper of Hope.
We are going to shatter religions with that book. Frey.
Oh no! Chaos!
That is very much my concern,
Well,
but
we're
I'm
going
still
for-
very curious.
Well,
mm.
if you choose to go there, the Temple of the Sun is not far. It is probably about 3 blocks to the west from where you are.
Excellent. Let's go east. I'm kidding. Sorry.
I would like to talk to Passion Ilios. I trust him.
Yeah, and given that at this stage, Morius probably has not quite left, which means the other gnomes are also there. So only 2 of them were going to stay behind. Two of the gnomes were going to stay behind with Karatha, which was the comatose one.
Oh my god, Hetty gets to run around with the gnomes. Yes! Thanks!
Right, so, stepping back out from the open arches of the city hall and into the square, you guys begin to make your way down towards the Temple of the Sun, which is also in an area that you have been to before, Vanda. There is sort of a large park just behind the temple, which is quite often where they find the gnomes, and ringing that park there are a lot of the wealthier citizens and their houses, their abodes in that area.
Oh, that's very convenient.
Yeah, they all like to be close. Because this is the summer district, they like to build close to the center of the Summer Realms' religion, which is the Keeper of Summer. Seem to, even if they don't believe themselves, they like to be seen to be upholding morals and traditions and virtues of their homeland. So, let's make our way down the street and come into the open area with the Temple of Sun and the park behind it.
If this doesn't pan out, would the 2 of you be open for a little temporary excursion? Just to have a chat with a friend of mine.
The longer I am away, the longer I am happier. I mean,
I was going to say, I'm sorry, Sekit, that this is taking a little bit longer than we anticipated.
second will get her time. I will not be able to stop that. So maybe we could go for a little joint.
You won't.
I mean, I need to show her my amazing skills.
Yes, indeed. But first, Passion Ilios.
All right.
What an exquisite name.
It is.
Sounds like passion fruit.
I think Passion is the title.
Sorry.
I feel like that's their title.
It's
Yeah,
cool.
Passion was his title, yeah. He was the father of
Passion
Taka from the Aurora Watch. That's how you heard of him initially. Was Taka suggested taking them to Ilios, who had connections with the dreams. Yeah. All right. So, heading to the interior of Freya Lisa's Gone. I'm sorry for your camera setup, Becca. Hey! Does it restore?
I'm sorry.
It's all fixed.
That's all right. These things
okay.
happen. Technological difficulties. Technological difficulties.
I'm sorry, my phone DC.
So heading to the interior of the Temple of the Sun. You have been here early in the morning previously, and most of the clergy are generally pretty early risers. They rise with the sun and go to bed with it, going to bed, so on and so forth. But you do not see the dark-skinned figure, dark-skinned, dark-haired figure of Passion Ilios near the front, where there is somebody sort of going through some of the morning chants and rituals. There are a variety of, well, I mean, it's not packed. The sun's been up for a while, so a lot of people have sort of moved on, but the morning chant does go on for a while. They sort of repeat and go through it, and then it lasts for probably a couple of hours before they give up for the day, and then the noon chant begins. But you're getting towards the end of the morning chants, and there are still a number of people here, joining in, doing their daily religious diligence.
Hetty is going to listen to the chant and just like start making up words that kind of fit, like because she doesn't know the actual chant.
What language is the chant in?
Common.
Okay.
Yeah, it's common. Yeah, all right. You know what, Hetty? Roll me a performance check. Oh.
8.
There is, from a number of people at the back, because it's the front few pews are all kind of full. There are a couple of people sort of turn their heads, because I don't assume Hetty's being particularly quiet, especially with a roll of 8. And a number of priests that, as you sort of begin making up the words, there's this sort of people just turning and looking, not in an amused sort of a way. And there is a younger human man with sort of this red-orange hair tied back into a ponytail at the nape of his neck. He's got that sort of almost leathery look of somebody who's been in the sun too long. And he sort of wanders on up and just, hands sort of clasped sort of down near his belly, and just comes up and is like, welcome to the Temple of the Sun. Excuse me, you are most welcome here, but if you don't mind, your words, they are incorrect to the chant. Please, either cease,
Cease and desist.
or feel free to join in the chant at the back and listen until you know the words and are willing to sing them.
Have you got them? Are they written down at all?
They are inscribed upon our hearts.
So I pull out your heart and I'm in.
Excuse her.
And he visibly takes a couple of steps back at that. It's like, that would not be the right way to go about it. No.
I suggest you inscribe it on something else. That could get so messy. But okay. I will try and quietly learn.
I didn't realize you were going to take my words literally. Of course, we have it written down on one of the summer stones, off to the side of the main plinth there.
Much more logical.
Yes. And he's just out. He doesn't even give you a farewell or a parting. He's just gone.
One moment, sir.
Sort of looks back at you. It's like, and still moving away very uncomfortably.
Vanda's gonna follow him.
Okay.
Oh gosh!
And he's going to just tunnel after like...
Steps, as dignified as he can remain, begin to increase as he tries to just stay away.
We can chase him down.
Oh god!
I need to ask you a question. Where is Bastion Ilios?
Make a quick persuasion check for me. He's just had somebody threaten to pull his heart out who is openly, to him, blaspheming. So he's kind of got this whole sort of, oh no, I don't.
That's our first natural one.
Woo!
The tally begins.
Wonderful.
Oh gosh.
You sort of you sort of mention the name Bastion Ilios, and he sort of looks at you and his eyes go a little wider, in what you recognize more as, oh no,
Oh god.
They're after Passion Ilios.
Oh no.
Oh no! And he unclasps his hands, reaches down to near his knees, and pulls his robe up a little bit, and actually begins running out towards one of the back doors, out into one of the other
Oh
rooms.
dear.
I am going to very carefully follow him. I'm absolutely following. He's going to Passion Ilios. He's going to tell him that someone's after him. I'm following him.
Frey's just gonna look in the back and just look what's happened and go, oh no.
At some point,
Oh dear.
Vanda's going to turn into a cat when he thinks no one is actually looking at him, so he can follow a little less
Fact
obvious.
So really, they're just going to see Hetty toddling after him faster. Cat.
The fact that this priest is, shed propriety and is running within the bounds of the church, through this door, has already drawn more eyes on top of Hetty's singing or chanting. And he sort of barrels through one of the back doors with no subtlety whatsoever. It will be very easy to follow. It will be a lot harder to do it without eyes on you. If you want to, people will be watching as you go through that door. What you do on the other side of the door is up to you. But you are fast, so you can be very much on his heels just about as you go through. Is that what you're wanting to do?
It is, but he's not that dumb to risk that. He knows when it's better to cut his losses. Let's find another way in. I am restraining greatly.
I like the idea that you stopped and then Hitty just slams into you.
Because whilst the dawn chant hasn't ended, the priest giving it is just almost kind of half paying lip service to the words of the chant as he's kind of watching what's going on, and half of the rest of the sermoners are kind of all, like, most of them have stopped, but there's just kind of this whole sort of and they're still kind of half-heartedly repeating words. The priest, to his credit, has not stopped, but he's just saying the words. The three of you have very much become the focus in the middle of the church, in the middle of the temple.
Nice.
It was a natural one. I had to do it.
Oh, absolutely.
Hell yeah.
It suits the group. I love it.
Just gonna find the closest person in priest garbs that is just not doing their chant properly and looking. I need to find Passion Ilios. Where is he?
Where is he?
Oh jeez.
Oh
gosh.
fully armed. Like,
Yeah, you guys have, yeah.
He's like 7 knives.
Oh good lord.
So you approach one of the Ogrish, so kind of the Goliath equivalent. And they sort of have been looking at what's going on, and you approach, and she immediately sort of has the hands clasped near her waist and just unclasps. It's like, looking for Passion Ilios?
yes.
Perhaps you should have led with that.
I
I feel as though
Priest?
there would be less of a commotion if that was the case.
I mean, I led with that. Unfortunately, my friend led before I led.
I was trying to join in. I thought this was a communal activity. That is all.
It is, but if you are here to learn of the Dawn Chant, take the opportunity to learn of the Dawn Chant, not to make up your own. No offense, I'm sure you have a lovely singing voice, but
Not with the note.
she's being polite.
Frey's gonna clasp her hands and just say, I shall teach her.
We
Anyway.
apologize.
It is of no concern. I will probably have to do some damage control with our friend there.
He is very skittish. Is he okay?
I do not know, but for him to break propriety and run within the bounds of the temple means that, well, they were very emotionally disturbed, shall we say.
It was a
Should be more
misunderstanding.
careful with their words. I misunderstood.
It is fine. You are here for passion, Ilios.
Yes.
Please, if you could. And she motions towards the entrance of the Temple of the Sun. So, please, take a seat down the end there. I will attempt to find Fish and Ilios for you. And also maybe find our young friend.
What was his name?
Handish.
Bandish.
Vandish.
Bandish. Do send our deepest apologies. We did not mean to upset him.
I will do what I can. I do not know if he will believe me, but that is on him and not on myself.
Of course.
But please, be seated and I will find the passion for you. And she clasps her hands again and just turns and walks through the same door that Vandish went through. Most of the summoners and the priest have returned to the full force dawn chant. Some of them perhaps going a little louder than they were earlier, for who knows why reasons. But do you follow the Ogrish's sort of suggestion?
Yeah.
Ray's gonna grab both Vanda and Hetty's hand and arm and just lead them to the seat.
All right.
And hands Hetty a biscuit.
Hetty is instantly distracted with Tasties.
Excellent. So it does take a few minutes for the Ogrish lady to come back through the door, where her eyes immediately dart to where she pointed to, almost as though she's trying to make sure you are actually there. And she does, and then she sort of dips back through the door, and a few moments later you do see the elderly, sort of the dark hair with grey flecked skin, hair with darkened skin of Ilios come through. And he looks up and it's kind of like, and he turns to the Ogrish lady and just kind of pats her on the shoulder a couple of times, says a few words which from this distance you can't hear, and because he's turned away, if any of you had observant, you can't see what he's saying.
Both of us do.
No.
What about the reflective surfaces?
Does she have gloss?
I want to read what he says in the reflection of her eyes. But she immediately sort of bows and then moves back through the door. You get the impression that he's just told her to go find the other individual and deal with that. And as he sort of wanders on through, he does it's a very slow sort of pace he takes through the main hall as he acknowledges the sermoners who are there regularly, who giving him bows, and just that nice sort of slow, calm pace as he makes his way to the back. And I take it you're all seated?
Yeah.
He himself sort of just brushes his rose orange robes down and then just takes a seat beside you and looks over at you, Freyalise, to begin with. It's kind of like, "It is a pleasure to see you again, my dear. What can I ask has brought you to our holy abode this morning?"
Good morning. My friends and I have come for a favor, I guess you could say. Vanda, would you like to explain?
Of course. I found some writing on our adventure. And I was hoping to find someone who could translate it.
Translated writings? I suppose it depends upon which language it is. I can take a look if you would like, or if you would like somebody who is more well versed in a variety of languages, you can arrange that too.
Well, we came to you because we trust you. I would
Thank you for that trust.
I would like you to have a look. And Vander will pull out the piece of paper that he got.
Okay. So let me just check with Ilios. Believe.
I don't want to break religion today. I don't want to break religion today.
When you said you were going to bring that book, I was like,
But gosh, do I want to?
Imagine if Persian Ilios is the new villain, and he just like gets the piece of paper, he reads it, and then he lights it on fire, and you don't even know.
He's poofs. He's gone.
He poofs. Hell yeah. He poofs.
I don't even think it's going to be that important.
It's gonna be like a washing list. Take 2 shirts to the dry.
Well, he takes this sort of the rubbing that you have, and he does sort of for a moment look at how he can, open it up and spread it out and actually read it. But he does figure it out after a few moments on a flat surface, and he can read Celestial. So as he begins to sort of trace his fingers between the various almost swirls and star-like sort of bits and pieces on the bit of paper, his brow furrows initially in almost kind of a confusion. And it's like, you found this on your adventure. Do you mind if I ask where?
I don't remember how much we told you or where we were up to when we last spoke.
Let me read it to you, and perhaps you will understand why this... Let me read it to you. Zexon, Lanayan, Onera, I know how much you loved this tree and the peace it brought you beneath its boughs. I've preserved a memory of it for you. I hope it brings you all comfort when you need it and reminds you of why we sacrificed what we did, why we fight.
Okay, that makes sense to me, yes.
I do not mean to impose, but as you have asked a favor, I would like to return. Could you help me make sense of this? This
Oh,
is...
no?
Is there a more private area we can speak in? I feel like there are some things that we need to discuss.
We can, if that is your wish. And he sort of folds the paper back up and hands it over to you once more, Vander. Almost kind of reluctantly, like he sort of, almost like he wants to keep that and break it down himself. But he sort of, clasps his hands. It's like, we'll head up the back, but we might go out the other side. I don't want to alarm any of the rays. Let's go. And just
the best.
very calmly sort of moves through.
Is that their titles?
Some of the younger priests are known as the Rays, yes.
That's so cute.
You have
I love
such a
that.
fantastic naming scheme.
Sorry.
Rays. Passions? What other titles are here?
Solar flare.
Conversation for another time, perhaps.
Of course.
And yeah, he moves off down the side, almost deliberately not going down the center towards where like a lot of the sermoners are, and out into the right-hand side through one of the back doors, where he stands there sort of with the door and beckons you through to come through. Okay, you all go?
Yep.
All right. So he leads you to a much smaller room. There are a series of chairs all up against the wooden wall, and there's no table. It is a room that just has chairs up along the wall, and he starts pulling chairs out and just places them in the middle of the room. It's almost like just a room for people to sit face to face and converse with nothing between them. And so as sort of pulls out the 4 chairs and beckons to the chairs for you to take a seat, he waits for you to do so.
Of course, we sit down. Are you busy today? Do you have anything you really need to be doing?
It was my turn to do the noon chant, but if you require more time from me, I can pass that off to one of the other passions.
This might take a while to explain.
And it might be very important for you.
All right. Then give me one more moment.
Thank
And
you.
he stands up and moves out of the room again, ostensibly to, get somebody else to take his place on the noon chant.
Why, I am quite happy to tell him everything that happened.
Well, so am I, except I don't know what to do with the book. I feel like that's a little bit too much for one day.
I would kind of agree. I think that is a little too world-shattering.
I mean, they could do their little world shattering. They're very, very strict here.
You know, you have a very good point.
More freedom.
Freedom!
Would you guys like some cake?
I would like some cake, yes.
I would love some of your cake. What have you got today?
Carrot cake.
Oh, with cream cheese frosting?
Yep.
Yes.
So what we're going to do in the meantime is, it's not going to take him long to find someone, but we will zip back to Nofrit
Okay.
for a little
Heck
bit.
yeah.
Yep,
I'm gonna go make myself a coffee.
yep, go for it. All right,
Had
Nofrit.
mine made for me.
Hello.
Nice. So yeah, whether you chose to approach the Bastion district from the main bridge or the Singing Bridge, that's entirely up to you. But you are making your way directly to Luana's bathhouse, correct?
Yes. And I
All right.
took the main bridge.
Okay. So you would, as you're crossing over, move past the sort of group of almost half a dozen Aurora Watch, and then as you get to the other side, there's the half a dozen of the Rubrum Cascade. And there's especially when you get to the other side, and you pass the members of the Cascade, there's a couple of them sort of glance at you. Everybody else remains focused on looking down the other end of the bridge. And the passing glance they give you as you wander past is more of a, okay, you got the dark skin, I love a Terragonian, cool, and then just immediately look back towards the Aurora Watch. The guys at this end of the bridge are quite visibly more tense about what is going on than what the Aurora Watch were. But as you move over the bridge, past them in, and through the gate that has the odd wall that surrounds the Bastion district, because I think, as I'd explained previously, the original Kasqorn, back when it was called something else, was just this. It was just the Bastion district, or whatever it was named, and these outer walls just have remained, and they've built out from that. And the moment you pass through, you can sort of see the ziggurat of the Cerulean Dawn in the center, dominating sort of the eye line. Your feet fall on the stones, and even through your shoes, you can feel the warmth coming up from the streets. It's got that very almost sort of concentric square layout that you've been here a couple of times. You kind of get used to it. And I will just get you to make me just an intelligence check.
Okay.
See how quickly you can remember how to find your way to Luana's.
Ooh, I'll use my Aeoncraft sponsored dice.
Yeah.
Oh, that was actually a great roll too. That's an 18.
18? Yeah, it doesn't take too long. The ziggurat is, because it is so prominent, anybody who even kind of has a vague idea of where they're going, and because of the layout, it's very, very simple. It doesn't take long to orient yourself and move your way through. And you see the very sandstone sort of coloured tiles on the ground. The buildings that have got a very marble-esque kind of look to them. The curling ivy that sort of moves around a lot of the faces of the buildings. Very flat roofed though, so it's almost like it's deliberately designed so that wherever you are standing, you can see the ziggurat in the middle. But you move a couple of the blocks in, and find your way to Luana's bathhouse, where you do see the vents in the ceiling. You've got the little bits of steam trailing out of it. You've got the marble pillars with almost the fluted-like look to it, and the trailing sort of plants that are going up those and then hanging from planters out of the ceiling, and the open doors through which you can, as you approach it, you can smell the odd soaps and perfumes coming from the place.
Yeah, I'll go straight into that room. We had to pay for our time and put our stuff in.
Lobby.
Oh, the little lobby.
Little lobby.
I'll go into the lobby.
Yeah, and you go on in, and what you do see is, whilst there is a what looks like a halfling sort of there with all of these little wooden shoes and these towels and bits and pieces at the counter, where previously there had been an individual in a turquoise robe and the rose pink slippers, you see on this almost this divan, instead of that man, there is a Felinor. Who has what looks like its cat-like lower half has painted stripes, but they're on like a diagonal sort of an angle, and they're alternating colors. So you got like a peach and a white and a red and a blue, and underneath, their fur underneath is more of a light brown. But the painted stripes very much stand out. They have the face of what looks almost like a bobcat, as they sort of languidly turn to look at who's wandering on in, and then they just sort of almost their upper half kind of slumps back down against the divan. For those watching who don't know what a Felinor is, think of a centaur. That is a cat. Its lower half is a great cat. It's got the upper half of a humanoid, but its head is also that of a cat. There you go. That's a Felinor.
That's so cool.
Anyway, yeah.
Cool. But so the halfling is just in the room? They're not like the attendant?
The halfling looks like they are the attendant.
Okay.
They are at the little table with all of the different towels rolled up and the robes hanging next to them. They are stationed in the position you imagine the attendant would be.
Okay. Yeah, so I go up to the halfling and I go, hello, sweat room 4-1, please.
And this halfling, male, shaved head. Completely shaved head, looks up at you with these big green eyes, but the eyes are almost slightly glassy.
Oh god.
And has painted lips. They are a painted blue, and it's a very odd sort of an effect. As you know, you approach the attendant, you do kind of get a bit of that steam and that mist rolling through the doors. They sort of, they sort of look up here. It's like, I'm sorry, what was the question?
I would like a steam room for 1.
Very good. we have several available at this time of day. Is it just for one?
Yep, just the one. Just me.
Very good. Would you like any of our oils or special soaps?
I'm good. Yeah, it's a little early in the day for me, to be honest.
None of the special burners with any of our mixtures of herbs.
I'm good. I'm good.
Just the steam.
Just the steam. Yep.
All right.
And a sweat scraper, if you have one.
Sweat scrapers should be available. Were you requiring... Well, it doesn't matter here. And he sort of hands over slippers and towels and a robe.
Okay.
Yeah. And so, that'll be...
Do I remember how much it cost last
2
time?
gold. I don't know. Do you remember how much it cost last time? A lot's happened between then and now.
I don't know if I wrote it down.
Well, he's just asked for 2 gold, so...
Okay. I will give him 2 gold.
Which is really expensive, by the way.
I'm like, it's really pricey.
It's hugely expensive.
Can I question it? Can I be like...
Sure.
So how does that price out? Is it like 50 silver for the gear, 50 silver for washing the gear after I use it, and then the whole gold just to sweat in the room? Is that what you're... How does this payment scheme of yours work out?
I'm not sure of the breakdown. I just take the money. What
How
did
about
say?
I give you a gold and I just don't use any of your
It's
gear?
way too much, man. Just give us 2 silver.
Great, no thanks. Give him 2 silver.
Is there like a plaque behind them with their pricing?
No.
This guy's just fucking high. I give him 2 silver pieces.
Okay. And this shaved head halfling, which, as he sort of steps out, you
I'm
realize
not taking the oils out.
has one of the robes on, but it's hanging open, and they have nothing on underneath.
Cool.
And it's just sort of very lazily goes through the doors into that long hallway with all of the different rooms alongside it. And he sort of very slowly, very slurredly starts talking about the different rooms, the different oils, and how much it costs to actually get somebody to come in and do the massage for you. And you get about halfway down before it's like turns around. It's like, oh, it's just one of you. That's right. This one. It sort of just points into there, and then it sort of holds out his hand. It's like, oh, it's 2 silver, please.
I already gave it to you.
You did. Okay. If you have fun.
Can I
And he
ask,
sort of-
how many people of, who come hail from Terragonia and the West, how many of them enjoy your oils and herb mixtures?
Don't tend to ask, but most, I guess, many of them come back. I mean, this is pretty standard service to what you get in Bastia. Which is a city in Terragonia you have never been.
I've never been there.
You've never been to the capital of Terragonia. So,
Not yet, anyway.
yep. And he toddles on off back down towards the entry room.
Ay. Okay. I go into the room of this robe, and it has like a little stool area, right? To like sit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, the room, like, there are larger rooms and smaller rooms. Because you're just doing it for one, it's a smaller room. So there is a sort of like a bench along one side. There is what looks like a small tub, and then it's a heated tub. And whilst there is a brazier that's got the the things burning, creating the heat, the tub itself has heated water as well. Most of the Vascian district seems to have a very elaborate heating system outside of just traditional fireplaces. It's something you're not familiar with. And you know there are a number of cold bathrooms back down,
Yeah.
towards the entrance where people coming back through can just douse themselves off.
Have
But
a
it is
quick
a,
dip.
it is a smaller area.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll get in there, and what I'll do is I'm actually gonna put the mirror on the bench, and out of my toe box in my shoe, I'm gonna take out the chest piece and put it next to the mirror, and use
Which
it.
chess piece was this?
It was
Do you
a.
remember?
Oh god, I drew it. I remember drawing it. Because I have it in my sheet.
I
It's
think it was a rook.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
pawn. Because you got the rook from...
No, mine's just the pawn.
No, you didn't get the
yeah.
rook. No, sorry. The pawn was from... yeah, no, it's alright.
Oh, no, wait.
This is...
Maybe I
there's
did
been
get
a
a
coup-
rook.
You've had a couple of instances where you've run in with a few different people who have the chess pieces.
No, it is a rook. It's a rook chess piece with the horned symbol that was
Yep,
stamped
that-
to the lid.
That was the one you got from Grin.
Yeah.
Because he had the rook.
And that's the one I still have.
Okay,
So
yeah.
that's the one that
The
lives
other
in my
ones-
toe.
The other ones have changed hands a couple of times.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But that's
All
my
right, so
one.
so you take the chess piece out.
I put it down next to the mirror.
Okay.
I'm just going to use it as like a something to stare at, to contemplate my next move. Like, what do we do from now? What's the next phase of this? What am I going to commit myself to next? And as she's kind of doing that, she's going to sit and like try and meditate in the middle of the room. And she's just gonna try and she's basically gonna cast a series of spells for no reason. Like, it doesn't do anything, but everything charges, and her forehead starts to glow, and her neck has a light that pulls off of it. Her collarbone has this glowing rune, her hand, and now the side of her cheek, which is new to her.
All one after another light up. Yep.
And she's going to use the mirror, wiping it down every now and then with the steam to try and understand the shape. And yeah,
Okay.
see what's started to be written on her.
You're going to try and discern a pattern in the layout of them, or just the actual shapes of the...
Like
The symbols
I think she
themselves.
starts with like the runes themselves and then tries to see if there is something to do with like
Okay.
what could be the reason that they're appearing the way that they're appearing on her.
Okay. So, I'm going to get you to make an intelligence check for me.
Okay. Aircraft dice!
Woo! Let's go!
Aircraft betrayed me!
Oh.
2 natural ones! No natural 20s this
We're
game!
up to 2.
I said, oh no!
Quack quack.
Womp womp. Oh no! Alright, so trying to discern if there is some pattern to the layout of these, you've got nothing. It's like you've seen in a couple of instances previously, under the right circumstances, there is almost this light that connects these lights themselves. Just this forming kind of a shape. You haven't seen enough of it. And in this moment, you kind of wish you could see those lines again. Maybe you could make more of a sense of what this is. But there's just, try as you might, there's various smells coming to you from some of the other stalls. There is some very questionable sounds coming from some of the other
Oh, okay.
stalls. And try as you
warning.
might, Yeah, try as you might to sort of shut that out. It's a little distracting, and you get the sense that for right now, whatever's going on with these lights, the shape, the pattern, the layout, you're going to either need to find another way to be able to see those lines again, or just have some sort of more information about what it is and what's happening. And even though that's what you're trying to discern, for right now it's just escaping you. Second thing I'm going to ask of you is a charisma check, please.
Charisma?
Yep.
I can
Because
charisma.
that is your primary stat.
Let's use one of the classic nerf rits. Whoppa! Are you shitting me? It's a natural one. It's a different dice.
3!
That's it. 2 of them are me? The fuck, man?
No
What are you
way.
doing?
We need to start getting Quinn to be rolling, because we
need
need
Quinn
other
to
people to
roll.
get these ones.
Hey,
I can't blame Aelcraft now. I rescind my. I would like to
I have been
continue
rolling
to
things
be
in the
good
background.
friends with Aelcraft.
And I have rolled a few things in the background, and I'll have you know I've only rolled double digits once. All right.
God damn
So
it.
you know, I'm not going to call out everything I'm rolling. But all right. So focusing on the individual lights.
God damn it.
And their shapes and their layouts. You recognize the one that you've already kind of familiarized yourself with. There does appear to be some familiarity to one of the other ones. Like, there is a connection to either something you have seen before or something that you've experienced that is just pinging the edge of your conscious mind, but you're not quite able to connect the dots. It was gonna fucking happen, alright? I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. It's just, yeah, no matter how hard you try and how hard you focus, the sound of those people banging in the stall over next to you, there's just really throwing you off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Maybe, some of those unguents and herbs and oils might help you focus a little more.
I get real frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can't seem to get to meditate. I can't seem to relax enough to get this knowledge to flow. And I just put the rook back in the toe box. And I shove all my shit in the corner. And then I walk stark naked out the front and I say, I would like to purchase one of these herb oil things you have, please.
The halfling?
Yeah.
Alright, so as you walk out, sort of stark naked, and you say your words, this halfling, like, there's this moment where there's no recognition of what you've said. and then all of a sudden there's this, as like there's just this delay going on with his brain not processing. But as he turns, sort of his robe whips open a bit further, and it's kind of like, man, you shouldn't be naked out here, right?
Yeah. We shouldn't be naked out here. Can you hurry up with the sale, please?
I got a robe on, man. Yeah, what were you after?
How many toes do you have?
What? Sort of looks down.
Does he register that I meant your dick's out?
No.
Oh, no.
Unless you would like to do something, he is going to take the next 3 or 4 minutes attempting to count his toes.
when he gets to 4 toes, I'm like, that's how many silver it costs. Great, good to hear. And I just slap 4 silver down.
Okay, are you looking to relax? Are you looking to become more one with the things around you? Are you wanting to feel like you are just water flowing in the breeze?
That's
Are
not
you
the feel.
wanting to like just look beyond the roof and see the stars? Are you
Definitely
wanting
daytime.
your skin to burn like it's on fire? till it's
The
comfort-
first one,
Sorry.
the first one was good. Relax, please.
I was about to say, what did I say first? Okay, give me one. And he pulls out a, a purple bottle and sort of, pops the small glass stopper off it and it's like,
Has it gone bad?
gives it a couple of sniffs and it's like, and actually takes a drink, puts the stopper back on. He goes, yeah, don't drink that. Just like rub some of that into your skin and like wait for 3 minutes or something. Thank you for the silver. I'm gonna go throw up now.
Okay.
Yep.
Maybe try counting your toes when you're throwing up too.
Oh shit, man. Turn these off, please.
Okay, I grab it. I just like walk back into the room.
Okay, all right. Do you want to back in?
If only Sicketh knew.
Okay, so you're taking it out and you're actually
Yep.
right. So as
Actually,
you
I
rub it
checked
into
the
your
bottle
skin-
first. Is there actual instructions on this shit?
Nope.
Okay, cool.
Nope.
Yeah, I just rub it.
So it's kind of it is a very oily sort of a texture to it, but it's a thick kind of an oil. So as you sort of rub it onto your skin, the purplish color of it actually remains. And you sort of very slowly almost feel like you're starting to paint your body in this purple color as you begin rubbing it all over yourself.
Oh no.
But sure enough, within sort of 4 or 5 minutes, your body begins to feel like the steam is just kind of flowing straight through you. You begin to just the warmth that you're sharing is just a part of the space around you. Like you're actually feeling like you're not just here, you are a part of the room. Make a constitution saving throw for me.
God, okay. Let's go. Different dice again. I need a jail.
No!
11.
11? That's alright, that's fine.
That's normal for you.
No, that wasn't a high
Right.
DC. So you do kind of allow your mind to just drift a little bit as you sort of get this sensation of, okay, maybe not this relaxed. But you do then manage to sort of sharpen, yourself up a little bit and focus in on, you use sort of like the mirror, if it was still there, to just kind of focus in on yourself and what's going on, to kind of center yourself so you don't get caught in just drifting away. Yep.
Okay. Instead of trying to understand the runes, I'm gonna try see if I can get some help. I'm gonna relax and try and just take myself into a dream.
Okay. Are you going to just try and enter a waking dream state, or are you going to allow yourself to fall asleep while trying to become a dream state?
I like peek out the corridor. There's like no one else in the area, right? It's still morning. There's not many other people other than the banging people in the other room.
Yeah, I'm going to ignore that. No, I'm not going to ignore that. I can't ignore that. No, the people banging in the other room are no longer banging in the other room. At some point while you have been transitioning into a relaxed state, they are now banging out in the middle of this this hallway.
Oh.
It's moved beyond the bounds of their room, and yeah. There's sorry to get weird, but there's a lot of slapping of skin against marble floor. Yep.
Interesting.
Yep.
It's an interesting sound.
Mhm.
Okay. I mean, they're gonna yell at them before they come and talk to me, so I'll just go into a sleep. I'll just go to sleep.
You're gonna go to sleep?
Yeah.
All right. Roll a D100 for me.
All right. I can do that. I have those. I have one here, and also with the power of Christ. This one.
Tells you.
42.
All right. You guys are just gonna have to give me one more.
Oh shoot.
Good roll.
What
Roll
did I
though.
do?
Hell yeah.
What did I do?
What have you done?
I went
What
to
have
Uh-oh.
you done?
I'm trying to enter the dream. What is happening?
The note, the information that I required was not nearly. Okay, so it's pretty easy to allow yourself to fall asleep. I mean, you were relatively awake because you've not long woken up. But with the assistance of this oil, it is pretty easy for you to fall asleep. As far as entering a dream state goes, is there a particular focus for your dream? A particular person or location or object on which you want to center yourself?
Lapis, my grandmother.
Okay.
I've got a lot for it. Ooh, shit, that's an 18. I want to keep that dice close, boy.
All right.
What's happening?
So, you drift off, and you think of your grandmother, and you attempt to sort of focus in on her, and your mind does take you through the clouds, soaring away back over the Seven Lords Lake. It doesn't go along the river towards Ferry Fazal. It heads south towards where you know you left your tribe. You see the rolling sand dunes. You see the scorch, the tornadoes of fire rolling across the horizon in the distance, and some of the darkened clouds with the lightning that runs horizontal, parallel to the ground. You know, hunting animals, giant lizards, all sort of hunting in this place. You see shifting shadows, shifting images of things that have been in places but are no longer there. Like memories that are of a moment that was, that is no more. But seeing it as it was before it disappears. And as you sort of bring your mind to where your grandmother might be, the Tuvasa tribe has clearly moved on. But you're also familiar with its cycles, with its movements around the sands. And you do see, at some point, flickering in and out, almost in a ghostly sort of image, the layout of a Tuvasan encampment. They are near one of the oases, and there are a couple of mines that you can feel as your own approaches. And this is the first time you've actively tried to connect with your grandmother in a dream. But by feel alone, you detect which one that would be. You can't see her. You can see the tents. You can see very odd silhouette shaded images of people moving and flickering from place to place. But you can't see her even though you can feel her. Almost like she is invisible to you. What do you want to do?
Can I recognize my family's tent?
Yep. It flickers and it shifts location. The layout is the same pretty much wherever you go. But it is easy enough for you to be able to determine which one it is, even if it does occasionally change location.
Okay. I'll go towards it. Does the sense of her get stronger?
Your grandmother has a presence that permeates this entire camp.
I'm just gonna whisper. Lapis. Lapis. Are you here?
Why don't you roll another D100 for me?
Shoot. Wait, I put them away like a dumbass. Okay, this one, it went well with you, and then we can have. I want something more legible. This one. This
me.
This is good. 55.
55. Okay. Use that same dice again because that was awesome. Okay. There is initially no response. You know your grandmother would be awake at this time where she is in the world. You also kind of know that your grandmother had the ability to just go to sleep at the snap of her fingers and then wake up just as fast. So it almost doesn't surprise you a huge amount when within about a minute of you wandering through this shadowy encampment, this dream version of a place you've called home for many years, there is this sudden just appearance. She's not there, and then suddenly she is there. Not a shade. She is just there. She has on her sort of brightly colored robes, her wrinkled skin is sort of sitting there, and she is holding what looks kind of like a staff, but it is kind of almost weaving and waving in a non-existent breeze as she's sort of grasping it. And she sort of looks you up and down with her piercing eyes. It's like, granddaughter, you called?
Grandmother, it is.
As you open your mouth, she pokes you with the wiggly stick.
Ow! What was that for?
You are here. Good. Just checking. Sorry. Continue.
It is nice to see you again. I am in the city. But me and Seket, we've done much since we've been there. There's many things to tell you, but I just want to know if you got the message to go to the other tribe and help them.
She pokes you again.
Ow! I try poke her back.
With what?
I just tried
You were
jam her
naked.
with my finger.
You went to sleep naked. You have appeared in front of your grandmother, naked, covered in purple oil.
I try poke her back, or just with my finger. To stop.
As you sort of reach out to poke it, she just bats your hand aside. It's like, interesting. You're almost physically here. Well, I shouldn't be too surprised. Yes, we got the message. Is that why you're here, to check up on whether we got a message already delivered or to deliver a new one?
What's
Because otherwise the first one was a little redundant, wasn't it?
We have found the missing child, Anyana. She's coming back to the tribe. With a man called Bruskin. He needs a space with us.
He's coming to the Tuvasa.
I believe he is going with Anyana for now. To their Moxaro.
Oh.
But
Then we don't need to make a space for him here because he's not coming here.
well, I meant in amongst
Be
the tribes.
concise, child. You're used to your grandmother's
Yeah.
attitude. Yeah.
People wonder why I'm like short sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
understanding
you-
Nofret so much more.
Yeah, you were trained pretty well by your grandmother in you know.
I want to know if other people of our tribes have been missing, including adults, not children.
No more so than usual. There are always conflicts. People die, people move on, some people leave. You know that there's been exoduses lately. Some people are getting tired of the tribal life and want to live amongst others.
Yeah.
We
they're-
give them free rein to leave. So when people go missing, we just assume they've grown weak and decided to go join the soft skins.
Yeah. Well, there is some of those in the city, but there is also some that are being taken on slavers' ships at the Ferrofuzar.
Slavery's always been a problem, no matter where you go and any time.
But would you not want me to do something about it if I could?
Do you want to do something about it? Do you need my permission, child, to live your life, to do the things that you want to do? If
You know I
perceive
don't
this-
have that choice. You know I am first daughter. I have to come back to the tribes at some point. I just
She
need to
wraps
know
you on
when.
the leg with her wiggly
Ow!
stick.
Stop! doing
Stop
that.
making excuses. You live the life you want to live. Let somebody else dictate your choices. You know better than that. It has been a point of contention in the tribes for a long time about this business you're wrapped up in. It's not a problem that is unique to you. Be who you want to be. Make your choices and live with the consequences. He actually reaches out and grabs you by the cheek. It's like, you know what I'm talking about. You don't need my permission to do what you think is right. You don't need my permission to do what you think is wrong, because it is not anybody's life except your own. Is your sister well? Because you haven't told me anything about her.
It's complicated. She is well. And so is my other sister.
That's good to know.
You knew.
Really?
Why do you have to make things so cryptic? Why couldn't you just have told me her nature? Why?
Because if I told you, I was taking that away from you. You want to go out into the world and experience things, so that maybe you can come back to the tribe with more experience, with more knowledge, with more virtues, whatever it is you've gone seeking. If I tell you all of the things you don't know, why did you leave? Because you wouldn't have had to, would you? Because I just could have told you everything. I don't know everything. But my heart is warmed by the fact that you and your sisters are safe.
They're getting to know each other. It's a bit of a process, but it's happening. But
Ask them what I am.
you're not there.
I know. Cuckoo. Cuckoo.
How did you know this from when she was found? I remember the day she was found in the desert. She is Tuvasa. But she was
Not my
not.
story to tell. If your sisters want to know, then they know how to find me. I am not going to give you the answers to her story. I'm sorry, but you should know this.
No,
What
you
I
are
will
right.
say is that I did know before we ever met.
You read the future.
You don't read the future, child. To read the future, one would assume that the future is set. It's not. We just see possibilities. Dreams of what may be.
You know the possibilities you saw for me. The very dark parts of it.
I do.
It's coming.
I've seen many futures in which that might be the case. Possibilities. Which is why I say, live your life. Don't come back until you feel like you have achieved what you set out to do. I mean, if you just want to come back and visit, you can certainly do that. I'm sure that others would be glad to see you as opposed to it being just me. And she does gently give you a poke. Not one to hurt, just, you know. Like, I'm glad to see you can actually at least communicate as well. You're probably going to be feeling very, very tired, though, when you're done.
I need to practice it more, I think.
Don't wear yourself out. It
Okay.
will drain you. Little steps.
Also, that part you can tell me.
Well, I mean, you're already here and dreaming, so you've at least proven you've got that potential. Now I can at least try to guide you a little bit so you don't kill yourself, I suppose. That would be a shame. I don't want to see that.
A long time ago, I would have not believed that one was capable of killing themselves in a dream, but many things have happened since that time.
I believe it. I felt some of it.
I know it is a lot to ask of you, old woman, but could you please keep our family's minds safe? Until I can learn how to do it?
She snorts, and then sort of, you know, the wiggly wind stick that she's got, she kind of plants into the ground. It's like, do you think I've ever done anything except that?
No.
Good. Glad to see you're learning some things by yourself. Now, next time when you actually come for a real question, just ask me the question. No beating around the bush.
I didn't even know I could do this. Well, fine. Next time I will come with the more direct moment question thing.
While you're learning, time is limited. The longer you spend here, the more drained you're going to be.
Oh.
Learn to do this for your own benefit. When you're better, then we can have drawn-out conversations.
Okay. How do
It
I
may
wake
not-
up?
Oh, that will be easy. Just know, I am proud of you. And they may not say it, but I think some of your family will be too. Don't let it go to your head. And then she actually wallops you around the head with her windstick. And you wake up.
Ah! Ah! And I'm back in the bathroom again?
Yep.
That's gonna hurt. Ah, okay.
There's no pain. There's nothing. There is that stinging little smart of like somebody having slapped you. But that's it. That's the only sort of after effect you've still got.
Cool. Okay. Gotta pack up my things all groggily and get dressed. Put my shawl on backwards the first time. Put it correctly on.
Alright.
Go back to the rusted coppers. Try and
Oh.
act like completely normal.
A lot of time has passed.
Oh.
You were asleep for a long time, even though the dream didn't really take all that long. So, we're going to chat back to the other guys.
I just want to say, I love their grandma.
Yeah, fucking grandma.
Actually, what we might do, because I just looked at how long we've been rolling for, and I know you guys have been sitting there waiting for your turn again. Do you want to take like a 5-10 minute break, maybe? I want to go grab myself a drink if that's okay.
Yeah, no, that sounds good.
That's
Yeah.
cool. All right,
Sweet.
and then we'll get back into it.
Yeah.
So,
Chin
meet Grandmother Lapis.
I love
I
her.
like her.
Even for the sisters, I think that's probably the first real interaction you guys have had with
I
Grandmother
had
Lapis.
one interaction with her before we left the tribe in Session Zero.
It wasn't a.
No, it wasn't like that.
Nope. It was a written interaction. Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
Wild.
All right.
Wild. Okay, well, we'll be back in 5-ish. We'll be back.
We'll be
We'll
back.
We'll be back. Enjoy music.
Keep tuning again.
Enjoy the music. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. I sure can, absolute nerd. We are playing a custom game that is run by Quinesta. This is in his world. All of, his own version of D&D. Like, there's a lot of his own kind of races. He's made his own classes. His magic system's very in-depth, so we all have our own special, unique abilities, even if we're not magic users, because magic is that inherent in the world. The world is called Syleria, and in coming weeks, our plan is to actually give you guys a cool, access window so that you can go read up about all the characters and a little bit about the world. It's just not ready quite yet. But yeah, so that's the world. We're currently in the city of Kasqorn. And we are a party. We were a party of 7. And we've just had a couple people leave the game for various reasons. You know, parenting. It just wasn't working with the schedule anymore. So we're now down to a group of 4. And we are. Well, I'm playing Nofret Kepri. And she is a sorcerer. And yeah, she's a half elf. She's a tribal woman. And her sister is also in the game, which is Sekhet Kepri. Sekhet is also a half-elf, and she is a barbarian woman. But also, funny thing about Sekhet, until recently, she didn't know that she was actually a changeling and not a half-elf entirely. So when she changes, she becomes a gnomish woman called Hetty, and they have completely different personalities, completely different classes. Hetty is a warlock. And then we have Vander, who is our resident rogue. He's a rogue guy. And he's a tabaxi, but he's actually kind of like... Quinn's changed it, so he's not just straight tabaxi. He's basically a werecat, and he become shift shape into like a house cat, essentially. And then we have Freylise, who's our cleric, and she's also a gnome. And she's amazing, and she's a Cleric of the Moon, which is a custom class that Quinn made. And we basically met in Kasqorn when we were all trying to find somewhere to sleep, and there was this crazy nightmare creature in the streets. And we all started killing it from different places. We all had session zeros that joined us up with someone in the group, so I was playing with my sister. And then, you know, like there was different teams of 2. And we all fought this thing together, and then kind of, you know, started hanging out in this tavern, and found we had connections and similar interests, you would say. So we became a troupe together. We hung out at the festival, and then we started discovering that there was children going missing. Not only from my tribes, because that was the first child we learned about, but throughout the city and the orphanage, children were going missing. So we decided to basically try and save these kids, which meant finding a creature called Shiggy, which was actually, he had burst through the veil of dreams and was bringing nightmares into the world proper. So we had to go and fight him and fight all of the nightmares that were coming out of this rift and close the rift. And that was sort of arc 1 of the game, was, you know, mostly focused around that. There was some other stuff we did as well. But we got back to the city, we got back to the tavern, and then there was a couple characters who, you know, gave us reasons for their leaving. And that was the end last year. That's when we finished off. And so this year is a completely new arc. We're, you know, not sure what the direction is yet. That's what the characters are figuring out right now. I'm currently off in a bathhouse, tripping. I'm actually just sleeping, trying to dream talk to my grandmother to get her advice on stuff. And the other 3, currently it's Hetty, Freylise, and Vander, are talking to the priest, Passion Ilias, to try and get some understanding of some of the material that we found in the Bastion Between, which was the nightmare dream fortress. So we managed to take some scrolls and some paperwork out of that, and they're trying to get it translated because none of us can speak Celestial. Yeah, so that's pretty much the game right now. If you have any further questions, please hit us up. But yeah, I hope that answers some of your questions. Yeah, I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom myself. I'll be right back. Hello?
Hello.
Quinn, do you have... I basically ran down very briefly the characters of the story, but I don't know if you... I explained that your world is so very custom to Absolute Nerd. I don't know if you want to add to it at all.
I did see that he's kind of asking. I've just scrolled back up and through, so I'm reading up on some of the stuff I was doing while projecting grandmother.
Also, hi, Purdy.
Oh, did you jump out of the be right back screen?
Oh, no, I'm still in the Be Right Back. We're just talking in it.
Oh, are we? Oh, right. I've been saying hello, Purd. Well, we've been.
We're just, yeah.
Hi.
I can't believe there's been 3 net ones. 2 of them were me.
I joked about it, not hadn't you? None of them have been me yet.
I know.
Oh, okay. Like
What does that mean for, you know...
all the laws of the known universe are topsy-turvy.
I bet from now on in encounters you're going to roll really well against 4 people instead of rolling low against 7.
Oh, yeah, there's way too much about this game that's just custom. It's not it's not an official setting. It's it's 5e with additions and all sorts of different homebrews added into it.
Aeon!
Yeah. Weighted dice.
You made them!
Bloody dice.
You made them!
That's why he would know they're weighted.
That's true. I guess I'll have to order more Aeoncraft dice. Guys, if you don't know who Aeoncraft is, you should probably follow them and you should go check out his dice.
Check him out. He's a
link.
legend. Legend.
Aeoncraft.com.au. Wap. Check out his store and his Twitch.
Absolutely. This is very much a custom game that's built off a world I've been building for many years that got converted away from D&D for writing and then has been converted back into D&D for these nerds.
Yeah. I can chat with Aeoncraft on his website. Should I check?
Yeah, no, I've seen it on there too. But yeah, I'm not sure what you said to try and break down what has happened.
I did say your world is very custom and it's very magic based, and that's why
it's very heavy magic.
We have, like, even people who aren't spellcasters will have a spell or an ability that they can use.
They have an ability.
Yeah.
The world itself has like a beating heart of magic, and much like you'd see ley lines present in a lot of things, this has magic as its veins. Like the world has magic flowing through it, like veins carry blood. And after so many generations of that being the case in this world, the magic just has naturally infused everybody. And so everybody in the world has some minor form of magical thing that is particular to them. So it's not necessarily based off a spell or anything else. It's just a very cultured part of who and what they are. And it varies greatly. You know, a lot of people can have something that's virtually non-existent, and other people can have something that isn't exactly world-changing. That's not the idea of them, but something that is far more similar to the magic system of 5e.
Yeah. Hey, Purdy.
That and crystals. Because
Purdy, all on stream, say hi.
No, he refuses. Possum in the headlights.
Possum in the headlight.
Yeah, crystals exist as well, which are used for a variety of things, which range from being able to fuse them into your body to form a symbiotic relationship with them where they give you power and you give them something, to just being used for enchanted vessels.
Speaking of which, I should have used my luck crystal to understand
Like
my
magic
runes.
currents. A lot like magic currents, but yeah, it's like the way it is in mode, it's literally like blood flowing through a vein. Is the way the magic flows through the world.
The Cupid's arrow dice? What the heck?
Oh, you're on this website.
Yeah.
Alright. How are we looking?
I mean, I'm not normally a pink person, but this is cute. This is cute. I like them.
How far away have we got our two gnomes?
How do you want to do this? That's such a cute pin. My God. I don't know
Yes.
how. Yes.
Okay. We got a Freya lease. Cool.
Oh, did Purdy actually buy? Oh, Purdy.
Oh, dude. Nice.
Stole it from me.
Yeah, there's a lot to learn, dude, which is why we're going to start recording these and putting them up on
YouTube.
Yeah.
Except they
just
were.
because there's a lot.
We've decided though we're gonna put them on a Syleria YouTube channel, so it's just dedicated entirely to Quinn's world, and that means that Quinn can put on one shots. If he, one day goes, hey, I'm gonna have a bunch of cool streamer friends join me, and we'll do like a one shot on Syleria, and then he can chuck that on the YouTube.
Friends.
I would beg to differ.
You know Aeon, he's pretty cool.
Yeah, that was pretty. I mean, he's ew, but like that's just an inside joke. I don't actually feel like that. It's just an inside joke between me and Aeon. We say ew.
Ew. Totally blow up a town. It wouldn't be the first time.
We didn't blow up a tavern in your one shot.
Aeon, you want to blow up a town? Stay tuned. What?
Ew.
Ew. All right.
But yeah, so it'll be on a Syleria YouTube channel. You'll have to check out my Discord or Quinn's Discord. Actually, anyone's Discord out of this group probably will post when it goes live. So.
Yep. When that's a thing.
When that's a thing.
There is a lot of lore and a lot of history and a lot of weirdness compared to a lot of other 5e settings. So it's very easy to feel a little bit lost in some of this. I even think some of my players are still getting used to the differences in how my world works compared to standard settings. But that's also a part of it, and there's a very good lore reason why I'm not completely and utterly transparent about the way things work. Which, who knows, maybe they will discover over the course of their journeys, but there was an incident back in the past known as the Scourge War, and all that the people of the world know about it is that it happened. There's no written history of it. There's no stories of the time before it. It is just as though, whilst we know it occurred, we know nothing else about it. And that has had repercussions throughout generations. So...
It's very interesting.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. But what do you guys... I'm just curious. What do you guys think of this look? Because I put effort in, but there's some bits of it I want to tweak. But I think it's looking good.
We're going to change it a little bit, so... It's good.
Sort of like a war that restarted history. Oh, a nerd might be onto something.
Well, I mean, I can't confirm or deny, but that's a good theory.
Especially considering that Tarragonia is...
History continued. Like, there are things that are remembered. Like the fact that, because the country now known as Tarragonia was where the final incantation, the final spellstorm was invoked by the people who became the Keepers, which are my equivalent of deities. That's why it's now a blasted land. It was known as Varsia back then, and that bit of information has remained. There are a variety of things that people like. It's just common knowledge, but it's so common knowledge people don't attribute it to being like before the Scourge War. So, but restarting history is not a bad, it's not a bad way of looking at it. It is probably a good way of explaining it without it being what it is. Right. So we have everybody back.
I suppose so.
Yeah.
Shall we get back into it?
Yeah.
No, let's do it.
We're fucking done.
Fine, you get to have a back seat. Think about what your grandma told you.
Don't even bring my grandma into this.
It's your grandma, man. How dare you invoke the grandmother?
I'm like
This
grandma.
feels a
Claus.
disturbance
What's she gonna
to the
do?
forward.
Hit me with a stick?
Vanda's sitting there in that room on that chair with the wooden paneling and enjoying some of Freya Lisa's little delights. Meow! Speaking of, it's a nice little segue into. You guys are, I assume, enjoying some of Freya Lisa's magically created treats.
Carrot cake.
Carrot cake? Nice.
How many can you make a day?
Hmm?
How many plates can you actually make a day?
The non-magical. It depends on how Frey is feeling for the day.
I mean, we could test it. You could just keep making and making and making, and we could eat it.
We are
You
not
know
going to
what?
be filling this room with pastries.
Wait until we get
That's
to.
what Passionilios walks back into.
We are focused.
Wait.
Welcome back.
Wait until
Yes.
we get back to the rustic coppers.
Would you like
Please
some cake?
Don't fill the room with pastries. It's going to be ridiculous to try and clean. I'm good.
Just
I've
get some
arranged.
ants.
What?
Ants. They like sweet things.
They do. You're not wrong.
I will be quiet now. I apologize.
He moves on over and he just sort of, puts his robe and sort of sits down on the chair he'd initially pulled out for himself, and he does eye the little pastries you've got, and he's sort of not entirely sure where they came from. He's kind of like, all right, you wanted to speak privately. We are now privately, and I have cleared my schedule for the day.
I'm going to tell him everything. Everything that happened in the Bastion.
Everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Okay. So
Break this man's world.
you are
Oh, we breaking religion?
you are recounting
Yep.
everything from who and what the Ashura are.
Yep.
Their history, your meeting with Kasqorn, who was the Keeper of Hope and is or became the Keeper of Dreams, the fact that the moons are Kasqorn's daughters, your battles that happened throughout, you're relating all of it. You're not keeping anything quiet.
And when they get to Sekit turning into Hetty, Hetty will turn into Sekit, and Sekit's looking a bit disgruntled, and then back to Hetty.
Yeah, because it's not an instant change. That's going to happen over the course of the minute as, your little gnome-like figure suddenly stretches out whatever it is Hetty's wearing, and he's kind of like,
As they're discussing and filling him in, it's just like,
just the slow sort of morph. Less of a whop 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 of a transformer, and we're just more of the.
Yes.
And I mean, he does eye this, and make a quick little insight check. Sekit or Hetty.
Bless you.
Sometime, yeah.
this would be a Hetty roll.
Mm-hmm.
Dirty 20.
Yes.
Nice. In your little delight to kind of whether you are enhancing the performance or whether you're just kind of, showing off that you can do this, or hey, we discovered this thing. Here's this thing. There is, other than him sort of shifting over and looking at you, there's no surprise. There's no sort of like, that's weird. It's just kind of, he looks over and it's like, acknowledges it, and then continues to listen to the story. You get the impression that he may have seen something like this before.
Yes, and she gets.
There was no spell casting involved, which ordinarily is what would go, you just cast like a disguise self or, alter self or something. But no, he just kind of looked over, it's like, yeah, it gave you the little acknowledgement of, it's cool, thank you for showing, and yeah, went back. Becca's out. But yes, he listens into the story, and there are moments where his jaw sort of opens, like he wants to interrupt and clarify points, but you're telling the story as much, like he's gotten the impression with how open and candid you're being, you are telling as much as you know. So there are moments where he just sort of leans back as much as he can in the chair and just kind of his head drops just a little as he's trying to process the information. But as you sort of come to a close with, Shiggy being shunted back into the rift, the relic used to shut it, the Bastion Between sort of dissolving back into the veil, he sits quietly. Just, head's not way down, it's just his head's still up, but his eyes are very visibly looking at the floor as he's just kind of processing. This man has already had his religion shattered once in his life.
Oh gosh. Oh no.
When the Keeper of Dreams disappeared and he became a follower of the Keeper of Summer, he went through a big sort of personal crisis himself.
Just to clarify, did the disappearance of the Keeper of the Dreams happen in our lifetime?
25 years ago is around when people started noting it. So for some of you, yes.
Oh, I thought this was a long ago thing.
No, the Keeper of Dreams started becoming absent from the world, around 25 years ago.
Ah.
Yeah. That's around the time some of the oddities started occurring with people having sort of slightly more out there dreams, because the Ashura, the messengers of dreams, suddenly didn't have a master. They didn't have a lord. And whilst they were supposed to be carrying dreams back and forth to people, that was their job outside of protecting the veil. Yeah, they delivered dreams to people. That's when oddities started happening within people's dreams, and strange things began. People started attributing oddities to the Dark Moon Onera, as in like some things that a lot of people were having little flickering visions, like the Dark Moon was constantly present in a lot of dreams, even if nothing was happening to it. It was just there and present. That's been stuff that has been mentioned previously, but a lot of it probably got swept under the rug and forgotten about. So that's fine. It's good to bring it back up. But yes, no, he's had this sort of thing happen to him before. So it does take him a few minutes of just sitting there silently. He doesn't ask questions. He doesn't ask for clarity. He just sits. Well, to begin, I am glad that whatever threat this Shiggy posed is dealt with.
For the moment, yes.
For the moment. The relic used to seal him away. That is something you still have in your possession.
Yes, I believe one of us has that.
Yeah, I don't know who's got it.
No idea.
Frey has it because it was in the gift that Azaria left you.
Yeah, Azaria had it, but she left it for someone.
She left it for Frey. It's in her note.
There we go.
So potentially, Frey, you have it on you right now.
You might have that glass orb with you.
Would you keep a potential relic of a god on your person, or would you leave it in a tavern?
Does the wooden oven open?
Can you hide it in the wooden oven?
Yes, it does.
Can
open.
I put it?
No, it is not large enough to contain that glass.
She would be pocketing it because Morius isn't there to hold all her stuff now.
You have it with you.
He was her tackle.
Yeah. Okay, so you have it with you. Okay, so that's all he's going to ask, is whether you guys still have it or not. Up to you if you pull it out, but that's what he's going to ask.
He's gonna instinctively pull it out after it being mentioned, like, oh, this?
He sort of stops, like he was about to start his next line of comments, and then he sort of sees the orb. It's like, that allowed you to seal a rift between dream world and the waking world.
Yes.
May I? Very hesitantly, he's asking if, he can. He held his hand out towards you, Frey. Just sort of half extending it like he's not actually expecting you to hand it over.
Up to you.
Frey's gonna hand it over.
He sort of holds it in his hand, like very gingerly, like this is. It looks like it's made of glass. And he sort of is lifting it and he sort of holds it up and inspects it and very carefully sort of rubs his hands over the different faceted sides. And you do note that as he rubs his hand over it, the orb had quite gone clear. The glow within it had diminished. But you do see that faintly in the middle of it, as he rubs his fingers over it, that slight little light in the middle of the core begins to follow where his fingers are touching. And he loses himself for sort of about 20 or 30 seconds as he just moves his fingers over the orb, and you watch as this little mote of light on the inside of the orb kind of half follows it. Before he pulls his hand away, it's like, I can't exactly tell what this is. But it has been within the dream for a long time. It has deep connections to it, but I do not believe it is from the dream. I believe it is from this world. It had a connection to both. Maybe that's why it could open a rift. Takes a very deep breath before he extends his arm again. Keep it safe. If it has the power that you have told me it does, just keep it safe.
I will keep it as safe as I physically can.
Once you remove the orb from his hand, he still has his hand out. And it's very slow and reluctantly as he sort of drops his arm away. He clears his throat. It's like, right. And you talked with Kasqorn.
Briefly, yes.
How did he seem?
How you expect someone like that to be? He was powerful, his presence was expansive. He was a little phased by our presence.
A little confused.
He could not see us properly. I don't think he understood how we were there, which is probably very perplexing for a keeper to not know something.
Honest, there's a lot of your story I don't understand, so I don't quite understand how you were there either.
That is fair. Neither do I.
Because did any of you make the connection to the gourd?
I think Morius did.
Yeah, but I don't think that information was shared, was it? No. Cool. So that part would have been excluded from it, cool. From the information he has. Well, I always suspected that he had a connection to the moons. That's been around for a long time. I'm more confused about... He was the keeper of hope. But there's nothing in any stories about a keeper of hope. Nothing in any of our writings or any of our sermons. Nothing dating back for as far as we can remember about a keeper of hope, nor the keeper of dreams having been something else. It's true, some of the keepers do occasionally shift their secondary titles. depending on the flow and shift of power amongst them, but Hope's never been part of it. And he'd never heard of a Keeper of Dreams.
Oh.
Vander, Petty, jog my memory for me.
Hmm.
I can do it.
He did say something about telling his daughters something, right? It was that he did not abandon them.
I actually think that's one of the things I did write down. I just need to find it.
And that he did love them, and
Yeah.
he always fought for them.
I did. I wrote that down.
So what is it that he said, if you've got it written down?
If we ever meet his daughters, tell him that the Keeper of Hope did not abandon them, and that he loves them.
Okay, interesting.
I'm not sure if I was paraphrasing that as just a thing Vander
No,
wanted to do, but
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Yeah. There might be slight paraphrasing, but that captures what the message was.
Hmm.
Nice reminding, Frey.
and it is definitely on Vander's list of something to do.
Because it has also been noted before that at least one of the three sisters, Manayan, does tend to walk the earth amongst people. Every so often she will come down and walk the earth amongst you. That had been noted previously before you guys went into the Bastion. So I'm just going to say, that's an interesting thought. Absolutely nerd about it being written down before the history restart. The problem being that the Keepers didn't exist until after the Scourge War, which is where all of the history nonsense kind of seems to disappear. Just throwing it out there. It's a good thought, but yeah,
And
I like where
we
your head's at though. I love it.
we spoke to him 20 or so years after the Scourge War,
Yeah,
as part of the
that-
time.
Yeah,
Fiddly biddly?
not long after the Scourge War, and the Veil was put in place to seal Syleria away and keep the Scourge banished. He set out into the Veil to use that as the first line of protecting the world from the Scourge. So he created the Asura to be his warriors, and later, after he became the Keeper of Dreams, to become his messengers, the heralds of dreams and nightmares. But it was about 20-ish years after the Scourge War that you guys met him. Right. Well, I don't even know where to begin with the rest of that.
I don't expect you to. You wanted context for the note, and I feel that I gave you significantly more than you bargained for.
You've given it.
But-
I think I would have settled with Moonkeepers being his daughters. I think that would have been enough, but
I
Thank
also feel that it is very good to have someone like you well informed. If perhaps things continue, we discover more, having a point to return to.
I appreciate your candor and your trust. If you don't mind, there is one other I would like to share this information with, provided that is all right with you.
Who would that be?
You've heard me talk of her, Uncle Mel of the Serenite. I communicated with her about your comatose friend, Rayleigh.
Ah,
She helped me
Yes.
with the devising of a ritual to be able to bring her forth. She also is a avid follower of the Keeper of the Dreams, but she has not forsaken his ways. She still believes in his existence. I mean, as do I, but she has not turned to anyone else, and she's a very powerful dreamer. I would not mind seeking her thoughts on this. Provided that
That
is
would be
acceptable.
I have no issue with that.
no issue.
I appreciate that. Now, I know I've taken the day off, and not a lot of time has passed, but it feels like it has been years. Is there anything else I can help you with? I'm not going to ask any more questions because otherwise I'm not going to stop. I'm going to allow myself time to process and then work my way through it.
I mean, there's something I'd like to ask, and it's not really related, so it might actually give you time to divert your brain. You did not seem surprised at all when I changed into someone you've seen before and then back to me. Not surprising at all?
Oh, why should it be?
Well, I mean, I didn't know I could do it until recently. There doesn't seem to be spells of magic involved. I was wondering why you look so everyday about it. Do you see this often? Are there a lot of people who can do this?
Know you could do this.
No.
See, now that is surprising. My dear, there are people around who exhibit the same talent that you did. And when I say people, they are a people. You present currently as a gnome. And I believe, I didn't get much of a look at it this time, but I've seen previously your other self presents as a half-elf, correct?
Yes, that is why she fit in so well with the tribe. I mean, they don't have a lot of gnomes, but half-elves.
Well, it seems as though my world is not the only one to be rocked today. You are neither gnome nor half-elf.
I'm sorry, what?
You are neither gnome nor half-elf. You are an entirely different race altogether. I'm surprised that you had no knowledge of this.
This is something one should know about themselves. Yes.
Typically, I do not mean to presume, and if this is a painful topic, we can cease discussion immediately, but where were you raised? Who are your parents? Did you know?
I am Tvasan. I'm one of the tribes. I am Hetty Capri. Second daughter, sort of. Daughters.
You are your parents. They were part of the tribe. They did not tell you what you are.
I mean, I have conflicting memories about parentage.
You were
Second
raised
is,
by your parents or by someone else. I'm sorry if it's a painful topic, but if you want an answer, I need to know your circumstances.
well, second, the presenting half-elf. She was very sure that her parents are of the tribe and were raised there. My brothers, my sister, warrior. I have a weird memory of others that told me this actual me to stay secret and not surface and just watch, and they were not of the tribe.
You are not gnome, nor are you half-elf. You are what is known as a changeling.
I, I will I change? I suppose that's it. A changeling. There are other
The reason I ask
people.
questions is changelings can only be born to other changelings. If your parents did not tell you of what you are, or you were not raised by a community that is changeling in nature, I'm sorry to tell you, I don't think your parents were your parents. Or if they were, and they themselves were changelings, for some reason, they've been keeping that from you. You have more than one personality inside your body, and you can switch between them. You're not alone. There are many in this world who can do as you do.
Do you know any of them?
Not directly. I know some by reputation. I will be honest here. Many changelings tend to hide who they are. They are not... Most people are not accepting of changelings.
What did we do?
It is not really what you as individuals do. It is where you have come from. It is the fact that people can be insecure about their own origins and heritages. You present currently as a gnome, but you are not a gnome. To another gnome, I can't speak for Freya Elise here, some of them would find that unsettling. Many do. You are taking on the physical attributes of something that is not who and what you are.
But it is who I am.
It is, and I accept that. Many people don't. I'm also guessing you don't know, given that you haven't heard of changelings, where they came from.
The Winter Realms?
They have a very bloody past. Your people were not known as changelings a long time ago. They were something else altogether. But your people became what you are in a desire to be free of a heritage of bloodshed and evil. But once again, a lot of people are uncomfortable around that kind of knowledge. Many changelings hide who they are because of these facts.
Bloodshed and evil? I mean, what exactly am I?
You are who you present to be. Nothing more, nothing less. Where you come from, who your people once were, does not define who you are. You can always learn more, but don't let that change who you are. And let it inform you.
I don't know who I am.
You are Hetty Capri of the Tuvasa.
Can I learn more? Do you know of any that I could perhaps talk to, or are there books, or
Reach out.
would other
Many-
people in the tribe have known this?
I have no way of knowing that. As I say, unless your parents were changelings as well and chose not to tell you for some reason, I have no idea. I don't know
Do
your history.
changelings only have changelings?
Changelings can only be born to changeling parents, yes.
Do they have other race children?
That is, I suppose, an element of changeling nature I'm not familiar with. I only know that they have to be born to a changeling parent. I don't know if one or both need to be changelings.
know I'm a changeling. There are others like me. We have a bloody evil past
That you will not let define you.
that I won't let define me. There's possibility that my parents are not my parents and that others knew and didn't tell me, and that I'm currently Tuvasan but not Tuvasan.
You were raised in the Tuvasan tribe? You are of the Tuvasan. Pretty sure that's how the tribes work.
I
Again,
need to talk to Grandma.
I believe a lot of the tribes take you on your individual merit, not your own history, family history. If you were accepted as a part of the Tuvasa, you are Tuvasa. It is as simple as that. If you would like to know more, if I reach out and I cannot find someone here, there is someone else you could talk to. But that will be possibly a little harder.
Harder?
You've heard me mention the Serenai.
Yeah?
And Uncle Mel? She dwells amongst changelings. There are some in her tribe. This is why you changing in front of me like that did not surprise me. I'm familiar with them. As is she. If nothing else pans out, if I cannot find another contact and perhaps we find a way to arrange it, whether in person or through magical means, perhaps she can tell you more.
Anyone you could hook me up with would be very appreciated.
Eddie Capri of the Tuvasa. That is who you are. And I'm sure your friends will tell you the same.
Absolutely.
And if you're still finding out who you are, well, you just helped, I'm pretty sure, save a whole lot of people from a whole mess of bad things. So if you ever find yourself floundering in the dark, hold that up as your son. You've done a good thing. You've helped a lot of people. Regardless of whatever your people's past may be, you yourself shine a light. And if you are ever in doubt, and the people around you can't seem to help you, or you don't want to talk to them about it for whatever reason may be happening at the time, I'll be here.
I'm very sorry I blasphemed.
I'll be sorry. Knowledge is both a gift and a curse, as I have found out today.
Everything shatters.
There is no constant in the world except change.
I guess I get a leg up being a changeling then.
Embrace who you are, child. Not who people tell you you are.
So you said a lot of people don't accept my people. Should I then
Not sure.
hide? Or
Not sure if you noticed this, but many people are prejudiced against things. Even if they mean well, they can't help things that have been ingrained into their history and their culture for a long time. People can fear changelings because they don't understand them, or they don't want to understand them. When you have company around you that accepts you, knows who you are, you're fine. Perhaps, unless you are very secure in who you are, then maybe keep it a little more discreet. There are changelings who use it to their advantage. They stand out in front of the world, proud of who they are, and they will quite happily shift from one of their selves to another. And other people's opinions of them be damned. Others prefer to avoid any potential conflict.
So, you look for some contacts for me. In the meantime, I might try and research. You said there was something we were before we were changelings. What was that?
You've had a lot dropped on you today. You sure you don't want to discuss this another time?
Oh,
I don't know if you've ever heard of them, child. Perhaps you have. A lot of people treat them as cautionary nightmares. You've heard of creatures known as soul ghouls.
oh, that does not sound very savory.
And thus you understand people's apprehension. But changelings are not soul ghouls. As I will remind you again and again.
Okay. I think that's a nice start for me. Maybe if you can find me someone to talk to and have a little freak out with, that would be great.
I will see what I can do. And I am here anytime you want to talk, but perhaps a little at a time.
Everything's fine. So it's better to have knowledge than not. You actually see that the complete panic she was suffering. Complete wall has just gone up. She's just retreated behind a wall.
Sort of, he looks over towards Freya-Lise. It's like, make sure she's safe. Look after her.
Always.
She may not be unknown, but keep her occupied.
She's a gnome in my heart.
Let her know that. And don't let her dwell on what's going on. And with that, I am very sorry, but I think it is time for me to go meditate and reflect.
Yes.
Thank you for your time.
And thank you for all of that. He stands up and sort of puts the chair over by the wall. It's like, whenever you're ready, then show yourselves out. I will withdraw to my chambers. Sounds light, warm you.
Thank you.
May you always find shade.
He smiles and nods at you. Ooh.
Well, I think we got a lot more out of that than I was expecting. I just wanted to find out what was on this piece of paper.
There are certain people you could have asked. He
But-
just happens to be one of them.
I feel like this is enough for the day. Let
Shall
us...
we go get some lunch? And then we gotta discuss what you want to do.
No, I think we've done enough for the day.
Ben is like Retreat!
Retrieve back to the rusted copper.
Yeah, we will come back to that. Don't worry.
Okay.
All right.
Let us look after our dear Seketi.
Get some delicious food and
Some hot
go
chocolate?
see. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So as you take your leave of the Temple of the Sun, you do see Vindish, who immediately catches your eye as you walk out and just kind of tries to stay over the other side of the temple from you the whole time. But you make your way out. Are you going to go get some food? You going to return to the Rusted Coppers, or are you just kind of sort of that's it for the day, really?
Probably
Definitely
just gonna
getting food.
return.
Okay.
Because
But like street food.
street
Yeah.
food. Oh yes.
You need comforting
Like-
junk food for seconds.
Oh,
food,
absolutely.
yeah.
Some dirty,
Mhm.
greasy street food.
Corn dogs, baby. Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, as you guys sort of wander back through, you're just south of the summer market. So I mean, you can make your way through there. There'll be a variety of food vendors. That is back in the direction of the Rusted Coppers. So if you guys wish to partake in food, if you have like just a little bit of fast food, you know what? Delete like 4 copper. If you have a lot of fast food, probably gonna make it like closer to a silver.
How much comforting food does Hetty need?
I'll leave it up to you guys.
She gonna have a lot.
She's gonna have a lot. We're gonna delete
She's
2
eating for
silver.
two,
Thank you very
know?
much.
We're gonna delete
Yeah,
we're
like
gonna
she
get
silver
does
as
it
well.
once in Hetty and then flicks into Seket and devours another meal.
We're getting an unnecessary amount of food.
A
We're not gonna eat it
questionable
all.
amount.
We're just gonna have it.
Gonna have it. Yeah. All right.
Mhm.
Cool.
And we'll get some Pinot as well.
Oh god. See how
Alright.
that goes down.
Oh, that's gonna be a fantastic conversation.
What is this?
What
Why
a
is it
host.
dripping?
So, you guys, is there anything else you're going to do with the day, or are you going to head back to the Rusted Coppers after your foods?
Head back.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Sorry, Crystal.
Don't say sorry to her, say sorry to me, because he's gonna come back and talk to me about it. I'm gonna have to
Yeah.
deal with it.
Yeah,
Said,
that's all.
there are a very small selection of people that you've met who you could have talked to about it, and you just happen to want to talk to this guy, and then you asked more about it. Yes, he's going to tell you. He's a very open and frank individual for the most part.
Yeah,
Um,
no, that lined up perfectly.
I'm
Yep.
It's good job, dear.
So,
Nice
you
insight
guys,
roll led to that.
a really
Um,
good one.
Uh,
You sure? Okay.
I was just gonna ask that with my passive insight of 19, should I really be trusting him? As much as
Passive,
I've
19. Yeah.
I have a passive 19.
Yeah,
Damn.
he has never presented as anything more than somebody who just wants to help. There are moments where it possibly feels like he is retaining a little bit of something, but that is more like the aspect of somebody who doesn't want to say something for fear of hurting the person he's saying something to. And that's not just to do with today's conversation. You guys have met him a couple of times. The only times he ever feels like he hasn't been totally frank and open with you guys is when he's retaining something because he feels like that's the best thing to do.
Oh, that's fine.
But yeah, he comes across as a relatively,
Yeah, okay. The observant feat also gives you a +5 to your passive insight, which is a often forgotten thing in it.
yeah, it is.
So,
Right. So, you guys return to the Rusted Coppers, and it is still relatively early in the day. You have consumed an ungodly amount of incredibly unhealthy foods. And that was before you decided to go spend money and get more, because you've got Frey with you. So here, ungodly amounts of unhealthy food. But you do return to the Rusted Coppers. There is no sign of Nofri yet.
Oh wow.
It is
I slept
early in
for
the
a
day
long
still.
time.
You did. You slept into the afternoon.
Fuck yeah. But how long were they banging though?
That was over and done with by the time you woke up.
Oh, okay.
And the place well and truly scrubbed, you hope.
Oh no.
Alright. But yes, you return to the Rusted Coppers. There is no sign of Nilfred at this stage. If there's anything else you guys want to do in this time, now is the time to do it. Otherwise, we will just fast forward to Nilfred returning.
Figuring out a way to convince Seket not to do the lesson today.
Oh, Vander turns into his cat and is basically sitting on her lap. He's done the whole cat kneading on there, and then is going to sleep on
You've
her
been
lap.
going anywhere.
How dare you try and stand up when there is a cat sleeping on your lap?
No.
You can't.
Suck.
It is forbidden.
Yep. Alright.
We don't make the rules.
In which case, we will zip forward to Nilfred returning. So it's not mid-afternoon, it's around, we'll go with it around mid-afternoon. It was a good fucking sleep you had. But you do feel still, somehow, very tired. And, you know, the more you walk, the closer you get to the Rusted Coppers, the more you starting to feel that, almost back like it was a couple of days ago, you're starting to feel that exhaustion setting in again. Your grandmother was not lying. This is draining.
And I didn't eat breakfast, and my stomach's like.
You didn't have
Fool.
Yep. But you do wander in through the open gate of the Rusted Coppers and into the courtyard. The door is currently open. It is a nice, warm, breezy sort of a day. Not overly windy, but just enough that it's kind of like we'll have that open bit of ventilation flowing through. And you do wander on in to the tap room where I imagine your comrades wait.
I go and like sit in the chair and like lean on the wall. How was your guys' day?
Insightful.
Oh, that's good. We haven't been doing an awful much the last few days. Awful much? I don't know if that's actually a sentence. So what did you learn?
Oh, you know that I have a whole race of people. I'm not actually who I thought I was at all. Don't know who my parents are. I'm a changeling from a race of that started out as soul ghouls. Wait. Like, do I catch that look at him?
Oh
You
no!
knew.
I stand up. Adam, I'm going to need coffee, please.
Or an ale.
Yeah, sure. Give me, No, wait, look. Here it is. Conveniently, I have it ready for you. There you go.
I knew.
Let's go upstairs, sister.
Sander, thank you very much for the delay, but I need to move. You can either come with the scarf, or you can go to Frey's lap.
Jump on Frey's lap. Be far too worried that I actually get turned into a scarf.
Oh, jeez.
Alright, sister, let's go. And because she's sick at the moment, I think. But they're trying to voice sex with anyway. So she tromps up the stairs. Very purposefully.
We get to the room and I sit on the bed. I'm like, wow, this is the first time I'm going to say this whole bed business is quite nice with the squishy. So you're a what's it the
A changeling. Apparently they are actually a whole race of people. There are lots of us, and I met my parents were changelings. Look at me, Nilfred. What do you know? What have you hidden from me?
It's not as if it was my choice. It was when I was a little girl. Yeah. First wife of our father Montu, Undine, she found you in the desert.
Found?
I did not witness the finding myself. I must have been 7. But you were found. And, Undine had never... she'd not forgiven herself for losing Montu's first daughter, Habiba. She's the eldest. She passed when she was only a small babe, long before I was in the picture. My mother, second wife of Montu, was actually Undine's friend in her grief. And it was in that grief that Undine decided that Nanette would make a good wife for her husband too. So I was born and became first. And all your brothers, you know, they followed as well. But Undine could not have any more. She never got pregnant again. So when she found you, you were her gift. You were her joy. Admittedly, and I remember this. Father, he contacted all the other tribes, and we would meet them in passing, and they would ask, "Is this your child? Did someone in the tribe leave her there?" And no, I don't remember where exactly you were left, but I don't remember where you were found, but none of the other tribes claimed you. But Undine did. You are Tuvasa, and I'm so sorry we never told you. I don't think any of your brothers remember. They were very little. But I do. And I was always grateful I had a sister.
Now you have 2.
And now I have 2. And Habiba. You will remember her. You know, in theory, she should have been the chiefess's daughter. You know, the one who's supposed to be chief. Or whatever. But I spoke to grandmother today. And she knew, and she's really glad.
You talked to her today?
I've been trying to dream walk, okay? It's not a big deal, but you know, she could, so I figured I could at some point.
Dream walk in the very land where we just shoved Shiggy back.
Yeah.
Are you crazy?
I didn't phrase it like that to myself, so...
This is what happens when I let you go off on your own.
Look, grandmother she's teaching me, okay? And, it's not like you can follow me there, so... But she wants
Not
to
like
say...
she can follow me there. Are you sure?
Okay, just... Grandmother wants to say that she is happy that you know.
She knew? All of those years sitting at her feet being poked by her bloody stick, and she knew?
Yeah, her stick really hurt, huh?
A lot of times.
The thing is, it is,
Although she did it out of love, and it was kind of affectionate, but it still stung.
she... The thing is... And I understand her for this in some ways. There is a difference between learning and being told. Because in
If
the end,
I-
you decide who you are.
If I had been told, I could have started working out who I was years ago. Hetty would not have been trapped in the dark and resented me for it for years. I had no idea. How are you just meant to find this out?
I don't have a good answer for you. If anything, I think this is an indication that, you know, parents aren't infallible. They have their weaknesses. And one of them was how much they loved and knew that they had. And that was Seket. The more that Hetty started to show, the more they thought they were losing you. Not finding you anew, you know? It's that. They need to realize that their children change with time.
Would they accept Hetty if she went to them? They would not even know what she looks like.
I think
They don't want it. They didn't want to know what she looks like. Who she is.
that's... I'm not sure. I'm not them. But I feel like I can give our parents some credit in understanding us. Oh my gosh, Lizzie Lollies is reading. What a moment, right?
What the moment for it? Hi,
What a
Leslie.
moment. You give us big RP moment, you know.
This big RP moment. This big RP moment. Hello, Lizzie. I think at first your mother wanted to replace Habiba, right? You were the daughter she lost. But then you became the warrior of the tribe, you know? And you became your own thing and your own person. I think she understands that now. And I think it's just hard for her to see you as more. But she, I think she will love both of you. And Nanette. She will too.
Father's going to have a bit of a shock.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll understand what role to give you in the tribe, you know, because you were a warrior, and now it's kind of a more complicated. Like, some days you might be a warrior, and some days you might be like, I don't know. What's Hetty good at this point? Could she herd goats? I mean, she understands goats. Yeah? I mean, you didn't like goats, but...
She would probably be better with the goats than I was.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, I was not very good with the
No,
goats.
you didn't like them.
They didn't like me. Okay.
It was a two-way street, you know. It's... Anyway. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. To be honest, I've been trying to find the time to say, but... It seemed like you had other things to work through first. At the end of the day, you are Tuvasa, okay? You are the second daughter of Montu.
Really, third and fourth.
Yeah, numbers get complicated. The whole name, yeah. Sorry.
Would father still accept me as a Capri?
Of course.
Apparently, changelings don't have a great standing.
If I know our father, he will swing some way to market it, you know? He's a salesman.
2 for the price of 1! Look at my daughters!
Multifaceted tool. One end does this, the other does that.
That is a lot to learn.
I need to sleep.
Sleep would be nice.
I mean, at the end of the day, just I think just remember that your family tried to find your birth parents, but then they decided you weren't theirs, and you will always be theirs.
Did they decide I was theirs and accepted me because they had to, because no one else would?
No. There would have been other tribes that would take you in. There would have been other mothers that were happy to.
Apparently, actually, there is quite a few changelings and the other tribe with a lady's name who I've forgotten because everything else was so big.
Uncle Mal. Uncle Mal? Uncle.
Come out.
Maybe you could dream walk to her and say, "Surprise! I have a changeling sister."
Yeah, well, we'll have to see about that. It hurts. I don't want to go into
It hurts?
Well, only when
What do you mean it hurts?
Well, grandmother still hits you with the stick even in the dream.
That sounds quite grandmother.
I would say that you just don't rush this. Just get to know each other first. You know? Start your bubble here. Like ripples on water. Expand that. I know who you are. I am the first bubble. Or ripple or whatever. Vander too. And Frey. But you've got to concentrate on your center. Okay? I don't think I'm making any sense anymore. I drink my coffee and I lie down in the bed.
You actually made a great deal of sense. And that's the only time I will ever say that.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, what did you say? I like open one eye.
I don't know. What did I say? Who knows? I'm going to my job.
So, you know, mid-afternoon and the two of you are both crashing out.
I am.
Well, she's not crashing out. She's just crawling into a safe place that she's kind of made her own nest to just kind of think. And, you know, can see Second's arm going over the side and grabbing the embroidery stuff and bringing it over.
Alright.
Herself a blanket.
So, for the rest of the day, is there anything else that Nofred or Sekhet or Sekheti are wanting to do?
Hetty let Sekhet give her a tapestry lesson. Just to connect a little.
Is it just in general, or is this with the grand goal of eventually creating a tapestry? I guess it's just basics of...
This is the basics on the spare piece of that she's got specifically for teaching Hetty.
Because the other thing being, the one that you had spoken about eventually wanting to create funnily enough, I'm sure you remember,
Has soul ghouls in it.
has soul ghouls in it.
Seka already knows that she's only got a vague recollection of the tapestry, so she's going to be doing some research into what things look like, and now that she knows more, she's going to be researching more about soul ghouls and stuff, but not right now. She's trying to listen to everyone and not, like, go into complete panic and get every book on changeling she can.
Taking it a step at a time.
Step at a time and getting to know, and which is why Hetty's letting that embroidery lesson happen.
Alright.
No tongue in cheek, no pranks.
Nope.
She's
It's-
Hey.
So, Vanda, Freya-Lise, as the afternoon crawls on, is there anything the two of you want to do?
Not during the afternoon.
No.
I like how leading that is.
Yeah.
I like the sound of that. Yep. All right. Well, as the afternoon does sort of move on, you're staying relatively sort of perceptive, so aware, or are you just kind of okay? So there's probably two things of note that happen in the tap room in the afternoon while you're there. The first is there is a dark-skinned individual who wanders on in through the door, naked from the waist up.
I was about to say.
Has all sorts of almost like tattoos scrawled across the body. Some of these tattoos are mottled and actually raised from the skin. They have piercings of almost look like spikes and rings actually just hanging around their body over their torso. And their head is shaved except for almost like a faux hawk through the middle that is tied into a very long ponytail that runs down the back. They sort of wander on in and just take a look around. They sort of have this almost half sort of hunched over look before they actually kind of give out a and then turn on their heel and walk back out, almost like they'd spotted something they didn't like. It is followed a few minutes later by a very familiar figure that, you know, you've spent time with, wandering in through the door. Familiar coat back on down past his knees, a hat down over his head, sort of lifts it up. You see the youngish look of Theodore, who has been out who knows how long, as he wanders back in. And he just sort of, it doesn't say much, but he sort of wanders on in, takes a look over at the two of you, gives you a nod, tips the hat to Aram, goes over to the job board, the little notice board, just casually sort of runs his fingers all around it, half shrugs, and then as he sort of walks off and he starts heading back on up to the tap room, once again just turns and gives you a little bit of a hat tip before heading back to whatever it was he was going to be doing for the afternoon. So basically, TLDR, he's been out while you guys have been out doing things. So, as night closes in, what was happening, Vanda? Because you alluded to wanting to do something. If there's anything else anybody else wants to hit up?
Vanda wants to go onto the roof.
Okay. Easy enough. Aram's managed to tighten up most of the shingles that are up there, so...
How many moons are out tonight?
Currently, 2. You can see the bright moon Zexon coursing her large body across the sea of stars. And as has been a little bit more prevalent in the last wee while, it is now a lot easier to see the dark moon Onera due to the fact that there is a crack. What appears to be a crack running through its surface that appears to be almost bleeding a red light. In fact, the entirety of the moon has a lining of red light seeming to come from just behind it. Whereas before, you could only really tell where the dark moon was because of the void that it created as it passed through the sky, the void of stars. Now it is very, very obvious to any who look up where Onera is in the sky. There's no sign of Manayan. Manayan has, for whatever reason this night, either completed a course and coming back around, or she's just absent.
So, Vander is going to take out all of the Crimson Warlord's trinkets
Yep.
and his katana. He's going to just lay them out, all neatly arranged. He's going to take out all of his trinkets, all of his daggers. He's going to line them up underneath. He's going to sit there and look at it for a moment before looking up at the moons. Does anyone really watch? He's gone. I killed him. These were all stories. I don't know what they mean. If I go, will anyone know these? My stories? Does it really mean anything? Shiggy said that he asked you for help when Kajitore disappeared. None of you answered. Why didn't he come to us? Did he think we were too young, too weak, too helpless to take up the mantle and defend? There are so many people in this world that would have joined that fight. Those running away from their past. Those that want a heroic fight. Criminals that seek recompense. Why? Why not? No, I met your father, Kajitore. And although our meeting was tense, the one thing that brought a smile to his face was knowing you were safe. I want to help you, Onera. I don't think I can. I'm just a little cat. But I don't want to help you because it is the greater good, the right thing to do. I want to help you so Kajitore doesn't feel the pain of a father losing his kid. A pain I know too well. I don't expect you to answer me. I don't know what I'm going to do. I would have joined the fight. I would have fought in the Vale. Maybe I'll get a chance one. He's then gonna collect everything. Find a little corner in the roof where he can curl up in his cat form, his head still poking out to see the moons. Go to sleep.
I will get you to roll a percentile dice for me.
Sure.
Oh, baby!
30.
So whether you drift off or you stay asleep, that was lovely. Sending it out, whether said for yourself or said for Onera, you don't get a response from outside. But the night is warm. The breeze does sort of coat you fur. You look up into the stars. It is a very clear night. And you look and reflect back on things that have been. It's been a day. We've successfully completed 1 day of your 2 weeks downtime, guys. Because we're going to end the session there on that lovely little piece from Vanda.
Yay!
Oh,
Yay!
awesome.
Well,
Wow.
holy heck,
That went in a couple of directions I wasn't expecting.
heck biscuits.
Yep. That, as I typed in chat, that was not a character bomb I was expecting to see for a little bit.
Heck yeah.
I didn't either. Like, I honestly just thought he'd say something like, "Oh yeah, no, people change all the time. Like there's magic and blah blah blah." That kid's you're a changeling.
I mean,
The fuck don't you know?
he might have addressed it a little differently if he hadn't have just had his world rocked.
For sure.
Absolutely shattered his world again.
And then he did it to you in kind.
Yeah. I also love the fact that half of what Grandma Lapis was saying to Nilfrit then got shadowed and echoed in what needed to be said.
No.
That was such a great narrative.
He's stealing wisdom.
That's great. I was sitting like,
No, I tied it well. It was like, well,
yeah.
that's the advice I got. You can have it too.
Yeah, like as always. I mean, I was hoping to get through a little bit more, but that spiraled out into a couple of different things. We'll see what some of the roles you guys have made that I haven't really responded to throughout the session play out into. And I guess we will continue your little section of downtime next time, because I know there's still some things you guys want to do and want to address. We've actually managed to get through a bit of it. Just we had to take a couple of little sideways journeys to get there.
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
And
now-
congratulations, everyone who said that we were going to do less than 10 natural ones.
That was me.
Haha.
That was me.
Oh.
It wasn't
We
a
only
huge
did
amount of rolling.
3, and 2 of them was Becca.
There
Give me my
there were-
points.
I don't
there were
know
a few
how.
instances that might have got a lot
How
of
many
rolling
did
today.
you roll though, Quinn, that you didn't share?
I did not roll a single one. I rolled some 4s and I rolled some 7s. I didn't roll any 1s.
Prediction results are in.
Yeah, if I'd rolled a 1, I actually would have turned around and said, well, that's a 1.
Oh, Aeon, you're the best. Thank you so much.
But,
That was
Man,
wild.
I do want to keep playing, but no, we need. No, I need to learn my lessons from the past. That's 4 hours.
Yeah, that's 4 hours. I
I think
still
that's
have
good.
to finish a health and safety course.
Yeah,
and I
go
know-
do that.
I know Vixen's got a baby
I
boy.
have a squirrely
Oh,
baby. He wants
Yeah.
cuddles.
Watcher
Mhm.
Twilight, thank you for the follow. We're just about to finish up.
Hey. Sorry, yeah, it's the timing.
But I hope you enjoyed listening as much as you did today. We play this every second Sunday, except we're not going to be playing for the rest of February.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be playing next usual scheduled time because
Yeah.
we've got some things going on.
Lots of things going on. Better
Maybe.
late than never.
Maybe. I know Vixen won't be available, but I will. Okay, I'll ask now, Vixen. How much more have you got? Did you actually want to do in downtime? Is there a whole lot? There's still more you want to do, isn't there?
Watcher, thank you.
I think all that's really left for Sakedi is just
I know
going
that-
to be.
Conversations you wanted to have.
Yeah, but that just kind of deepened a whole lot. She was just going to start trying to look for information on who the heck she was. She's already got a download.
Yeah.
So,
Alright. So seeing how we go then, because I'm still not entirely sure whether my Sunday's going to be free or not. We can maybe try and do a little bit more, and then zoom on in through some other character stuff rather than Sekedi. It might even just be a shorter stream, maybe. We'll maybe,
27th, I'm not available. I'm going
Yeah,
to
which
be the
is-
birthday party.
which is the week that we're that'll be our next scheduled weekend.
We could be
But-
in touch about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll work it out. Because because now that we've kicked off again, I sort of there is more I can do, and I mean we did just hit a whole lot on some security stuff.
Oh, we really did.
Yeah.
Holy
Yeah.
shit! But yeah,
I'm
we're-
happy if she just kind of locks herself away and works on a tapestry. Like,
because I'm pretty sure there's maybe some stuff good old Vander over there wants to do.
I know there's some hijinks.
In the meantime, I know there's some
the
hijinks.
Vanda escapades.
Yeah.
Crimes.
Crime? Oh.
Crimes.
Oh.
Yeah, I just don't know how to craft
Never.
this properly. But yeah,
Oh,
I think
look at-
we should probably
yeah, look.
probably look at wrapping up.
I should probably stop recording it.
Yeah, we'll go and do whatever else it is for the rest of our days.
Yeet.
Welcome
Yeah.
back, guys.
Welcome back to
Oh, it's so good to be back.
It's
Yay!
I've missed this,
So thank you guys. Thanks to chat for showing up and putting up with this. It possibly will. Well, I mean, I was about to say it'll possibly be a bit slower, but given what happened today, maybe not slower is the word. This is supposed to be a couple of weeks of downtime, so it's going to be. It was going to be a little less go out adventure.
It's gonna be like character building.
For sort of 2 or 3 sessions, we're probably just going to have it a little bit more centered in on the characters as opposed to going out on an adventure.
Yeet.
But yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you from the Big Explore team. I hope you guys enjoyed the new layout we've got. I'm gonna keep working on it. But I think it's pretty good. I just want to make some of
Digging it.
people's texts more legible. Is that a dark crystal gelfling? Gelfling?
Love me some gelflings.
Oh wait, is it your elephant or on your shelf there?
So,
Because
yeah,
of the blur.
this might be the elephant. That's the dragon head you've got, isn't
Yeah,
it?
that's a dragon head,
You got your little elephant.
and that's an elephant.
But because of the Discord blur, it's like
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I've got a whole bunch of figurines and stuff around me.
yeah. From the movie Dark Crystal. Oh yeah, Dark Crystal's a great movie though.
Traumatized me when I was very small. I thought I should watch that movie because I had the same namesake.
I'm gonna chuck the we're gonna chuck a raid.
Yeah.
We're gonna chuck a raid on Chef Byers, who's also playing D&D right now. And we've raided them previously. They've got a pretty cool layout and stuff, so we'll go do that. But thank you so much for joining the Exploration. I love the movie, but missed the series.
Yes. If you're meeting the
the
person without a camera, that's Freya Lise, and that's an image from one of her characters from Final Fantasy XIV.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if it's
I'll go on any raid. Yeah, Orchard
Yeah.
Twilight. Other things we play on this channel. We play D&D here. It's usually me. Like, I'm very lucky that all of these people play D&D here on the channel too. But we play.
Thanks for hosting my game, or our game.
That's okay. I don't mind. We play Red Dead Redemption. We're playing Breath of the Wild at the moment. We do art streams occasionally. We do sew
And
streams
cooking
occasionally.
streams.
And I don't know. We mix it up. I'm a variety streamer, but we love D&D and we love storytelling. That's I think that's pretty much my main thing on the channel is that it's like it goes back to storytelling. We do lots of silly voices.
Normally, there's also birds in the background.
This is true. It's normally my birds are here as well. Oh, Aeon, thank you for sneaking in a gift sub right at the end of the stream here. Aeon, you're so naughty. Check out Aeoncraft if you like D&D content, Orchard.
Amazing dice, holy heck.
Yes.
Sea of Thieves, we play Sea
Amazing
of Thieves
dice.
too. But right now we're gonna go raid. Thank you so much for watching our first session back. Bye everybody. Bye.
Bye bye.